You found my name in the rain on the porch. I kept it small like a pin in a glove. Your shadow leaned on the apple crate step, and the clock in the hall would not answer us. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moon lace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here. Your collar was white, but your eyes were old, like a key in a jar with a secret hold. I heard the boards count softly our feet, and the room grew thin as a candle leaf. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moon lace. Hold my hand in a stranger play. Hold my hand sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? I hope everybody is doing well. I am sunburned from yesterday. Me and my daughter took the Nuggie swimming, and we got kind of a late start on it because we had a bunch of rain yesterday, so they didn't open the pool or whatever till late. And anyway, I got a little sunburned and I'm kind of tired, but other than that, I'm doing very well, and I hope you guys all are as well. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, Chicken Lady, Karen, Kelly, Music City Mom. Good morning, guys. Good to see everyone. All right, so what I thought we would do this morning to start out with, because there's been a lot of talk about the what time Carly was facing and what time she got. So this is a hearing that took place way before, obviously, her trial started. And there was a plea deal on the table. And we're going to listen to this part. And then we are going to get into day two. Also, I have looked into the situation with Donna Adelson. And I'm going to talk about that this weekend, so don't worry. Also, 10-10-7-7, everybody's favorite, Boone, has filed a clarification. So we're going to be going over that as well. So we're going to be going over that this weekend too. So I'm going to do Donna Adelson and Sarah Boone this weekend. Also, we have Austin Drummond and Suzanne Miracle. So we're going to be busy bees. All right. So let's get started. Good morning, Flower Girl. Good morning, Ginny. Good to see you guys. Oh, you've been watching Donna Adelson? Yes, she's a whole mess. Whole mess. And there is quite a bit of a kerfuffle surrounding this document. But I will tell you this. I've looked into it. I watched last night. I watched Surviving the Survivors stream. I also watched Mentor Lawyer. Both channels I like very, very much. I do recommend both of those channels. I will say this. When it comes to Donna Adelson, the whole Adelson family, okay, the channel that I would go to would be Mentor Lawyer. He has been on this case from the very beginning. He is an attorney. He is local to Florida. very, very knowledgeable, very, very straightforward, um, explains things well, no clickbait, all of that. Highly, highly, highly recommend Mentor Lawyer. If you, yeah, for Adelson, absolutely, for the whole deal, because he not only does he's also been working behind the scenes. There's been a lot. There were things that were sealed, obviously, in her case, and he has been working behind the scenes to get them unsealed. The thing about that is, and this is why I think so highly of Mentor Lawyer, is that if you want something unsealed by the court and you're because you're the public and you want to be able to look at it, you have to file with the court. It's more complicated than a simple FOIA request, and it does actually require an attorney. So he is perfectly obviously suited for that, and that is what he is doing. So um, yeah, and I think so too, Jenny, and I agree with you. Nothing's yeah, I agree. We'll talk about that more in depth because I want to go through it um and talk about it and, give you guys the timeline and all of the things, and then I'm going to give you um Mentor Lawyers a video about it because one of the things that he also does on his channel that I really like is when he gets a document, he will have he'll have it read. He gets people to read it. So I appreciate that about him. That way. And then there's the explanations, which are always really easy to understand. You can understand complicated legal processes much easier listening um, to Mentor Lawyer. And yeah, I didn't think there needed to be a lot of YouTube drama around the Adelson family. Look, at the end of the day, this, um, all of us, I think, have that we want just to see justice served for Dan Markel and for Dan and Wendy's boys, really. And I don't think that justice will be completely served until everybody who is responsible faces a jury or if they opt a bench trial. Because at the end of the day, with Wendy, when it comes to Wendy, Wendy is key in this, not just as a witness, but for the state, but also as a criminal, in my opinion, because Wendy is the only person that knew Dan's schedule. If not for her knowing the schedule and passing along the schedule, okay, um, none of this could have happened when it happened and how it happened. She is instrumental in the plot. And I strongly disagree with one of the panelists that was on seeking surviving the survivor, because their opinion is the longer that it goes, the without Wendy being indicted or indicted, charged with anything, the less likely it becomes that she ever will be. And I don't think that that's true. I think Georgia Kappelman intends to get justice for Dan, and she has said it herself many times that justice includes everybody who was part of that plot. I don't think that Wendy is out of the woods, but we'll talk more about that this weekend. Okay, so let's get started. We're going to listen to this. This is about what Carly Craig was offered and all of that. So let's listen to this, and then we'll get right into day 2. All right, here we go.
Deal that would have sent her to prison for 40 years. During the state's opening statement, State Attorney Catherine White Newman told jurors Carly killed her mother.
This isn't the right one. Dadgummit. Hold on a second. Let me find it. I watched it yesterday. All right. Anyway, I'll just talk to you guys while I find this. Let me look in let me just go to my history because hold on a minute. Sorry, you guys. What the French toast? Hold on. Here we go, my history. I'm sorry. I guess there's 2 videos that are titled exactly the same, which is weird. Here we go. Let's see. All right, give me a second. I got it right here. I already found it. I got y'all. This is my bad. I'm so sorry. All right. Let me get over here. Make sure it's sharing. Okay. All right. All right. I'm sorry about that, you guys.
Uniform told the judge that she wanted to take this case to trial.
All right, we're here by way of pretrial conference checklist, which means that the defendant has rejected any recommendation from the state. For the record, what was the last recommendation of the state of Mississippi?
Here, the state recommended 40 years in the custody of Mississippi Department of Corrections and agreed to not cross counts 2 and 3 of the indictment. Again, there were fines and no contact and things like that.
All right, Ms. Gregg, did you? Defendant has rejected any recommendation from the state. For the record, what was the last recommendation of the state of Mississippi?
That would have been great if I would have unmuted. Ugh, this is going to be one of those days. All right. I believe what the state recommended, I just want to rewind and double check, but I believe what the state recommended was 40 years on count 1. Count 1 would be the murder of Ashley Smiley. Count 2 would be the attempted murder of Heath Smiley, and count 3 is the tampering with the evidence charge. All right, so let's listen.
Here, the state recommended 40 years in the custody of Mississippi Department of Corrections and agreed to not cross counts 2 and 3 of the indictment. Again, there were fines and no contact and things like that.
All right, Ms. Gregg, did you receive that recommendation of 40 years?
Yes, sir.
And it was your choice and your choice alone to reject that recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor.
You know, if she proceeds to trial, count 1, what's the potential sentence?
Life.
If the jury fails to affix the sentence at life, what's the sentencing range?
20 years to 40 years.
All right, and count 2, what's the potential sentence?
Between 20 years and life.
All right. She's 14 years old, so if the jury fails to affix the punishment at life, she's facing 50 years.
Give or take, Your Honor, yes.
Okay. And in count 3, what's she facing?
Another 10 years.
Another 10 years. So the jury will either acquit you, or you'll be facing 2 life sentences, or this court can sentence you up to 93 years. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's your choice and your choice alone to proceed to trial.
Yes, Your Honor.
I see.
And the problem.
All right, so she knew what she was facing. Also, let's be realistic here. She's 14 years old, all right? 93 years is essentially life without... 93 years is, I mean, you're be over 100 by the time you get out, which, I mean, so I'm not 100% sure why there is such a misunderstanding about what she got, because it seems fairly straightforward to me. I think that they're really, which this is what attorneys do. They're arguing what the meaning of is. They're arguing what the difference is between life and life without parole. And so I think that, I think that the judge in his sentencing order made it very clear when he did not affix a mandatory minimum before eligibility for parole in her sentencing order. I think it's pretty straightforward. So there you have it. All right. So now we're going to start with day 2. I want to warn everybody that day 2, the first witness is Heath Smiley himself. Okay. So just so you guys know, he's going to be recounting the events of March 19th, 2022. All right. So just be ready for that. Good morning, Nate. It's good to see you, babe. All right. Let me move this up here where we can see it. And let's go ahead and get started.
Adjust yourself up to the mic. You understand that you're now under oath and your answers will be sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
If you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen.
My name's Heath Smiley.
And Heath, we've met before today, that's right.
Yes, ma'am.
If you would, though, these ladies and gentlemen don't know you, so if you would just kind of tell them a little bit about how old you are.
39 years old. I'm a physical therapy assistant, and I've been Carly's stepdad for, it was almost, I guess, 3.5 years.
Tell me, excuse me, Heath, prior to March 19, 2024, who were you married to?
Ashley Smiley.
And when?
I'm sorry, March 19th, 2024. I keep forgetting this case happened in 2024. It feels like it was longer than that, but you know how time on YouTube goes. All right, here we go.
Did you and Ashley Smiley meet?
It was the spring of 2019.
And at some point, did you and Ashley Smiley end up marrying each other?
We did in June of 2020.
Where'd y'all get married?
We actually went up to Gatlinburg when things opened back up after COVID. So,
Y'all like to take trips to the outside?
we did.
How old was Ashley Smiley when she passed?
She was 40.
And where did Ashley work?
She was at Northwest Rankin High School.
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen kind of what Ashley looked like?
She was very small, about 5'1", 5'2", blonde hair, blue eyes, super nice, real smart.
May I approach the witness room? I'd ask you to look at that. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a picture that we took. I guess we were up in the Smokies somewhere. I'm not sure which one that one's from. Might have been last fall. I don't know.
And it's a photograph?
Mhm.
And who's in that picture?
That's myself and my wife Ashley.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be marked as the state next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection,
Be admitted as 7 all purposes.
May I proceed, Your
Yes,
Honor? Pete, I know that it's tough. I can't imagine what you're going through. But can you tell us, is the picture of Ashley that is in front of you, is that similar to the way she looked the last time you saw her live?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about, you told us that, a little bit about Ashley's personality. I don't think there'll be any dispute that she loved being a school teacher, right? Loved her kids at school.
Yes.
Tell me about how much did Ashley love Carly?
They loved each other so much. She just, everything she did, she planned out for Carly and around Carly.
Before you and Ashley met, was she previously married?
She had been, yes, ma'am.
And who was she married to?
Kevin Gregg.
And did Kevin and Ashley have any other children besides Carly?
She had a second child that passed several months or a year or so later from a genetic abnormality.
Hey, Amber, good to see you. I remember your question from yesterday, and I wondered why you asked that question. But since I've been looking into the Carly Craig case, obviously I get recommendations. And I'm curious, and I wanted to ask you, is it because of a video that Annie Elise from, I don't know, I don't know if she's still 10 to Life, but it's her series, Seriously, if that's why you asked that question. Because I'm curious about that. I haven't watched it yet, but I saw it and I saved it for my watch later. I'm going to listen to it.
And her name was Natalie Gregg.
Yes.
And she had passed before you met Ashley, is that
Yes,
right?
years before.
What did you know about the relationship between Ashley and her ex-husband, Kevin Gregg?
Only some things that Ashley had told me here and there. Things didn't go well, and they ended up getting divorced.
And he, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have seen some body cam footage of the day that your wife was murdered and you were shot. And on that, you mentioned that y'all were having some trouble with Kevin Gregg. Can you explain to us what was going on around that time?
I think he just liked trying to give Ashley trouble as much as he could through the legal system, any chance he could. I don't know exactly what all. She had acquired someone to try to get him back into court about possibly changing up visitation stuff again.
Had Carly ever told you anything about Kevin Gregg using drugs?
Yes.
So he was a known drug user?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you, Heath, about, you told us about how much Ashley loved Carly and that Carly was basically her life. Tell us about yours and Carly's relationship before March 19, 2024.
We were always good. We laughed and played and messed around, loved video games, and took her to karate stuff until she kind of got tired of that, and she started going to guitar practice weekly, so I was taking her to that every week. We got along great.
You liked being a stepdad?
Yes.
Sometimes with children comes discipline, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say, or how would you describe the type of parent that Ashley was to Carly?
She was, like I said, always thinking about Carly and just Carly's first no matter what. She would do anything in the world for her and would try to get the best for her every day.
Were there times that you and Ashley would have to punish Carly?
Of course.
Give us some examples of that, Heath.
You know, she had troubles growing up with back and forth with the stepdad and everything, so she would always wanting to try to make friends at the house and around home. And Ashley was always trying to, you know, keep an eye on her, make sure she was okay and knew where she was. And Ashley had to fuss at her a time or two about, I know you can't go here, you can't go there, it's too late, that kind of thing. But she never really, day to day, got in trouble, really.
I want to ask you, was there a time that a boy named Thad came over to y'all's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen what you recall about that day?
We were all sitting at the house and there was a knock at the door, and Ashley checked the doorbell camera and we didn't know who it was. Carly had talked to us about that and we knew who it was, we just didn't have a face to the name. And Carly saw who it was and didn't want to see him, so I went to the door and just said, I'm sorry, you know, I told him we must have the wrong house, and came back in and shut the door.
Where were Ashley and Carly when you were at the front door with Thad?
They went around, I guess, into the hallway or maybe one of the bedrooms, I'm not sure.
At any point, did it appear that Ashley was physically holding Carly back from going to the front door?
No.
At any time after you told Carly, told Thad that Carly didn't live there, did Carly act like she was upset with you?
No.
Did she act like she was upset with Ashley?
No.
Do you think that she would have been mad enough to have said, like, she almost murdered y'all because you wouldn't let Thad come in the house?
That's not the feeling I got from it at all.
I want to talk to you about back in 2021. Carly would have been in middle school, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Were they living in the house with you?
Yes,
Carly
ma'am.
and Ashley? Carly was in the 7th grade, I think, then?
Sounds right, yes.
Was there an incident where Carly got in trouble for bringing a knife to school?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about what you know about that.
All I know is we had ordered some stuff off Amazon, and since she loved doing all the arts and crafts and stuff in her room all the time, making stuff, I showed her a Swiss Army knife I had found on Amazon, like I had when I was young, and she decided on a cover of one she wanted, and I ordered it for her, and she used it all the time in her room. And then all of a sudden one day, I found out she had it at school in her pocket, and somehow got in trouble with it. And I don't know what happened, but they said they couldn't tell us much more at the school about it, and that's about all I know on it.
Yeah. So the knife was in Carly's pocket, not in her book bag. Is that right?
I was understanding it was in her pocket from that morning when she was using it, but
And then you didn't actually go to the school for any type of hearing in regards to that, right?
no.
That would have been something that Ashley handled.
If she went up there for that, I don't remember it. She might have, I don't know.
What did Carly tell you, or how many days did Carly tell y'all that she had actually brought the knife to school?
I thought it was just that day.
What was the result of her bringing the knife to school?
They have a zero tolerance policy on that and sent her to an alternative school until I think it was that Christmas break and let her come back.
So she had to spend time at the alternative school as a discipline.
Yes.
What, if anything, Heath, do you know about another time that Carly got in trouble at school for cheating?
That was, I can't remember if it was this past spring semester or when it was. Everything is kind of run together on exactly when. But at some point, she has always complained to us that kids constantly bug her for help with schoolwork because she can do all of it so easily and she can explain it to them better than most teachers. And she got so tired of them coming to her for stuff. Somebody just dared her or something, I'm not sure what. And apparently the teacher had a book or a computer or something open, and she took a picture with her phone of whatever was open up there.
Was it like the answers to a test or something like that?
Something like that. I'm not sure exactly what now, but yes.
And then she shared those answers with other kids?
I assume so, yes ma'am.
This is at the same school that Ashley taught at?
Yes.
How, from pure observations, how did Ashley respond when that happened?
She was just upset that she had done that, and she, talked to her about, can't be cheating, can't be letting others talk you into things. Just going with the flow of kids is not a good idea usually. So.
I just want to take a second to say good morning to everybody joining us. Good morning, Grateful. Good morning, Jenna. Good morning, Wolfie. Oh, good to see you. And this, I'm going to make this for you later, but because I still haven't got a chance to do it, but hi, Kevin. That's for you, Wolfie. I mean, it doesn't like this. She doesn't sound like a problem kid. I mean, should she have taken the pocket knife to school? No. Should she have, taken a picture of the answer key, whether it would be a book or on the computer? Obviously, no. But yeah, so far it doesn't, I kind of can see why the defense is going with this whole, this just happened out of the blue and it's because she had some kind of, psychotic break. I can see why they would be leaning into that. Do I think that that's what happened? I don't know yet. Because like I said, I didn't follow this case that closely. So I am interested in hearing Heath's testimony. And it's going to be pretty much all Heath on day 2.
Heath, were there other, we talked about Thad. Was there another boy that Carly was in some sort of dating relationship with that y'all knew about?
She had been dating Anthony. Honestly, forgot his last name right now.
That's okay. But you and Ashley knew about him?
Yes, ma'am.
Had he been to y'all's house before?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any time that you or Ashley told Carly, hey, you need to end this relationship with him?
I didn't get into a lot of that. Ashley had talked with Carly about him and, some of the things that was going on, and they had supposedly ended it.
I believe you told, well, do you recall telling law enforcement that there were times that you and Ashley both would go through Carly's phone?
Yes, we tried to keep an eye on her.
Was there ever a time that you or Ashley took Carly's phone away from her?
So Ashley had the parental controls on her phone, and we got to where we weren't going to let her take it into her room when it was bedtime. We had to keep it like on the kitchen counter, or we'd keep it in our bedroom sometimes. But she had her phone most of the time, so she could be able to call or text us if needed. She might have not let her take it to school some days. I can't remember exactly, but most of the time when she was out and about, she had the phone, even if Ashley locked down some parental controls for a little while.
Hey, Nature Rocks, 37 months of being a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you for supporting me in the channel. I appreciate that. 37 months. Dang, that's a long time.
Why was it that y'all didn't want Carly to have the phone in her room at night?
She was worried that she would stay on it and messing with it and not sleep.
Was there ever a time after y'all thought that Carly had broken up with her boyfriend that y'all learned that in fact she had not broken up with him?
So Ashley worked at the school, and she told me she had still seen them, in the hall together, walking up and down the hall and things. And she talked to me about it and was like, she was okay with it and everything, as long as, it was okay and nothing harmful was coming of it for Carly.
Heath, do you recall a time that you and Ashley discovered that Carly had an iPod that she was using to communicate with people?
Yes, that was another thing that her dad had talked her into doing to get around communication. He was, I think, kind of paranoid about everything, and that Ashley might have been controlling Carly's communication with him, even though she always left those communication channels open, even when she locked down the phone.
Did it appear to y'all that she was in fact talking to her dad on the iPod?
I don't think so.
Hey, Nature Rocks says, am I tripping? I thought this trial already happened. It did. It did. But there was an appeal hearing. She is appealing her conviction. She's got several appeals going. One of them is ineffective assistance of counsel. She's raised that claim. Some impropriety on the part of the prosecution during the closing arguments, some remarks that they said, respective to if the jury were to set, this was not during the guilt or innocence phase, this would have been during the sentencing phase, that if the jury did not give her life without the possibility of parole, there's no telling when she could be out. They could see her out and about at the grocery store. And so there, yeah. And I covered that hearing, and I thought it would be a good idea because I didn't cover this trial at the time, if we listen to the trial. Hey, Amelia Sparkles. Good to see you. Hey, Amelia, guess who I talked to yesterday? Molson Man. We were talking about the new Scream, of course. We'll talk about that at the end of the day today. I'll let y'all know what I thought about that, because I did watch it. All right, here we go.
Who was she communicating with?
I'm not sure if she was communicating with kids so much as she was on like TikTok and some of that kind of stuff.
And y'all had asked her not to be on those accounts?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was, Heath? Around what time of year?
I don't remember that.
Was there ever a time that you and Ashley learned that Carly had been cutting her thighs with a knife?
Yes, and I was trying to think of a time frame on that, but it was, I don't know when, several months back, maybe a year.
And Heath, do you know anything about Carly taking any sleeping pills?
Nothing other than she used to sleep like a rock, and Ashley always had sleeping trouble, and she would take a melatonin at night, and it was a week or so she had a bad cold, and she was taking some NyQuil. I think she said that helped out some too. So
around the time that y'all found the iPod and Carly was cutting her thighs, is that about the same time that Ashley took her for therapy for anxiety and stress?
Within, I don't know, I think that was maybe a couple months maybe before, it seems like.
Is that your understanding, though? That's what you told law enforcement of why Carly was in therapy, was anxiety and stress?
Yes, ma'am, or something like that. I think she was kind of depressed some days.
Grateful says, I believe Carly was going through some hormonal changes at 14 and was given medications to even things out. And I think something went on with these meds that twisted this young lady's chemicals around. I'll tell you this. I think that's a distinct possibility. I think that it is very difficult when you're dealing with teenagers, and I'm not talking just, I'm obviously parents, but more from a mental health standpoint, because it's very difficult to discern the difference between it, because there's not like a blood test, right? You can't just take a blood test. It's difficult to discern when a teenager is going through something that is the result of an influx of hormones, or I should say, a true mental health crisis, because the early, like when I distinctly remember when my kids started becoming teenagers, and kids that would go to sleep no problem 8 o'clock, and then as they got into middle school it was 9 o'clock, no problem, wanted to be up at all hours. They suddenly turned into vampires. They wanted to be up all night and sleep all day. And it's hard to know if that is because they're turning into how teenagers are, and then, are they actually having trouble sleeping? It's difficult. Also, a lot of prescriptions like antidepressants, and it's indicated in the warnings that it can like cause suicidal ideation to increase, specifically in teenagers. So it's very, very difficult. I will say that I think, like everything, the truth lies somewhere in the middle, because I think that it's quite possible that when you start introducing any type of chemicals, be that illicit substances or prescription substances, into a mind and a body that is already going through changes just biologically due to age, and you start messing with chemicals, right? It changes that person, and it changes the way that they think. I also think that while that does change people, change teenagers, the introduction of prescription medication like specifically antidepressants, and then or illicit substances, when you start messing with the body's chemistry, things go awry. But there has to be something else in the brain that existed prior to the introduction, because not all teenagers that do illicit substances or take prescription medications, whether they're prescribed to them or not, become homicidal and end up shooting their mother, and she shot at her 3 times. She hit her twice, and then shoot at their stepfather either. Something else is going on with Carly. I don't think it is a one or the other. And I think that I think that human beings, like ogres, are like onions. There's layers. And I think that multiple things can be going on at the same time. And I think both things can be true at the same time. I think that it is quite possible that, yes, these, it might have her being on using a vape pen, a weed vape pen, taking antidepressants, plus a hormone change. All of that could have played a role in what happened, but so could have Carly already being like predisposed to this, So I think all of those things can be true at the same time. Hey, Amelia, you're so sweet. Amelia says, man, I've missed you, Jen. You're always so spot on. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I've missed you too. I was, it's funny that you're in here because I was just thinking about you the other day and I was like, I wonder what's going on with Amelia Sparkles. Because I equate you, Molson Man, like you guys were day oneers in my chat. And, I often wonder, like, what you guys are up to. But not in like a creepy stalker way, just in a, oh, I miss that person kind of way, except for Wolfie. Now, Wolfie, I do stalk, and she is very well aware because I've said this in many chats many times that the drool on Wolfie's pillow isn't always hers. But Wolfie says some people are onions because they stink, and it's not just the layers. Oh, Wolfie. All right, Nature Rocks. I'll see you later. All right, let's keep going.
And I think you told them that there were times that you would go maybe to the therapist's office with her, but you weren't actually sitting in any of those appointments, were you?
No, ma'am. I went up there with him a couple of times, but it was kind of a little waiting room outside.
And you don't have any personal knowledge about any medication that was prescribed, do you?
Not until after this. I knew she'd been on one, and they changed her up to something else.
You don't have any knowledge on whether or not Carly was actually taking that medicine, do you?
She had been taking one a day, I think, until they wanted to swap her up to a different one. So I'm not sure on the time frames on that. I'm sure it's in the record somewhere.
Yeah, and I've been prescribed medicine before, and sometimes I take it, sometimes I don't. Did you actually physically see Carly taking her medication?
Ashley would have her go get it and make sure she was taking the whatever it was, one a day or whatever. She kept an eye on that.
Do you know if on March the 19th, 2024, did you see Carly take any medicine?
The 19th?
Yeah, March the 19th, 2024.
No, ma'am. Not that afternoon.
The morning?
Oh, no. I don't know about that morning. She usually would take it in the evening when she ate.
Okay.
I think.
Sorry, that was a bad question. So Carly would actually take her medicine in the afternoon?
I think so.
Okay.
Grateful says, I agree with you, Jen. All things can be true. I just feel like the punishment doesn't fit the horrible crime. Case in point, Mackenzie Shirilla, 15 years with the possibility of parole for her. Yeah, there does seem to be a disparity in the charge, in the sentence. But I'll say this for Mackenzie Shirilla. Thing about parole eligibility, and I say this sort of tongue in cheek because you never can tell what a parole board is going to do, right? Ever. Gypsy Rose Blanchard. I don't know if maybe the parole board thought, listen, if we parole her, at least we have restrictions and we can keep an eye on her. If she serves her whole time, that's it. That's all. She might have supervision for a hot minute, but then that's it, right? And that could be problematic. And maybe that's what they were thinking. I don't know. But with the parole board, there has to be remorse. And the remorse has to be genuine, number one. But number two, the remorse, there also has to be accountability taken. And it's very difficult to take accountability for anything if you are appealing your case. And you're appealing your case like on an actual innocence claim. Do you know what I mean? I know that Mackenzie is appealing her case. I don't know what her appeal is based on, but I'll say this, addressing that just briefly, and then we'll get right back into it. I really considered covering Mackenzie Shirilla. Here's the problem, and this is the conundrum I run into. I prefer to cover a case based on facts, based on what the judge, in this case, because she had a bench trial, or the jury heard the facts from the trial. because that the facts from the trial are what convicted Mackenzie Shirilla. Okay. It's very difficult to separate the facts from if you don't have trial coverage, it's very difficult to separate what the judge and or the jury knew and learned during the trial process versus what's being shown on a Netflix documentary or a Hulu documentary or an Amazon Prime documentary, any documentary, Peacock documentary, because some of the details, some of the things that are said in those documentaries and shared did not make it to trial. They didn't make it into court. Statements that contain hearsay obviously would not make it into court. But you don't know if you can't possibly know that unless there was a trial that was streamed or in some way public, right? And Mackenzie's was not. And so I feel like I don't think I could do a good job and speak factually because I don't have because I don't have the trial. I was just talking about this the other day with Amber, ATS News. Like, I just don't know that I can do a good job covering that factually because I don't know what was like. For example, let's say that there were witnesses that were in the trial, took the stand, gave testimony, right? And they also appear in a documentary. It would be very difficult for me to say, well, that's not what you testified to if I don't know the testimony. So, yeah. I just, I don't think I can cover that case not like that. I couldn't cover the facts of the case. It would have to be, I'd have to do it in a different way. And I don't even know if I want to cover her. And I don't know, because it seems like that's what she wants. She wants fame. She reminds me a lot of Gypsy Rose Blanchard, quite frankly. And the thing there's a big difference between infamy and fame. Fame denotes that you have some sort of talent, a skill. Infamy, you don't need anything other than to, like what Gypsy Rose did and what Mackenzie Shirilla did, which was just shocking, offensive, and abhorrent. You don't need, that's all you have to do to be infamous. You know what I mean? It's not really, being infamous doesn't have a good connotation. And it seems like that Mackenzie and GRB want fame. And I don't know if I don't want to give it to them. And not that I'm saying I have a small channel. I get that. But you guys know what I mean.
When's the last time that you saw your wife alive, Pete?
That was the morning of the 19th.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of how that morning went?
Everything seemed just as normal as ever. She got up and went to work just like always. She would fix tea or something in the morning and get in the car and take off. Nothing seemed unusual at all.
Did you also see Carly that morning?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what, if anything, you noticed about Carly that morning?
Didn't notice anything different.
How would Ashley get to work every morning?
She'd drive her and Carly down to the school.
And then how would they both ride back together from school to the house?
Yes.
Did they usually leave, or on March the 19th, did they leave before you or after you that morning?
Usually a couple minutes before.
What about, not on the 19th, but on a regular day, would they get home before or after you got home from work?
They were always home before me unless something happened at my work and I was able to get out a minute early, which is very rare.
What time would they usually get home from school?
I'm not sure on that. I don't know, I guess school was out maybe 3:15, I don't know. And there's whatever traffic allows, 15 minutes or something up the road maybe.
Typically, what time do you get home from work?
It varies. Usually I get out of work about 4:30 and sometimes I hit that evening traffic and it's 20 minutes or so before I make it 3 or 4 miles to the house.
And where is your house?
Right off of Gulf and out in Farmington Station.
That's in here in Rankin County?
Yes ma'am, out towards the reservoir.
And the distance from where you work to where you live is probably only about 5 miles, right?
Yeah, it's not far, it's just morning and evening traffic takes a little while.
Do you know if Ashley and Carly were at school all day on March the 19th?
As far as I know.
I want to ask you, Heath, were there times that you and Ashley would text each other on your cell phone?
Yes.
Do you recall talking to Ashley on March the 19th?
I don't recall, other than that evening I got a text saying she was going to go to the grocery store.
Permission to correct swing turn. Keep that handed back to you. If you don't mind, if you'll look through those messages, please.
I just like to point out that I have them at 1.5 speed, just FYI. And I forget sometimes, even though I'm from the South, sometimes to my ear, I just don't hear it anymore. But I forget how slowly some people from the South speak. And this is that case. So here we go. That's all. I don't have anything to add yet until we get to the actual, if they show the actual text messages. All right, here we go. Oh, by the way, if you haven't done so, hey, what are you waiting for? It's free. Give your girl a thumbs up, thumbs down, whichever one, whichever you feel I deserved. Here we go. Also, this must be really hard for him looking back at these texts, because I'm sure he misses Ashley.
Those, and admittedly, these are not all of the messages.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm sure he misses Ashley every single day. I can't imagine what he's going through. I really cannot. And so that's got to be hard. And then I would imagine that obviously they can't admit, like she said, every single text message ever, just the relevant ones, right? And so not only are these are the last communications with her, but it's also the last communications with her because she was murdered by her own daughter. Like it's a whole layer, multi-layered fucked upness that's happening right now on the stand. Like I feel bad for the guy. I really do. By the way, I just want to say this. So the reason I asked Amber that earlier is because Annie Elise has a video titled, and it was done a year ago, so we will talk about it. I'm going to watch it first, but the title of it is, did Heath Smiley know? Did the stepfather know that this was going to happen? That could mean many things. Did he suspect there was something going on? I don't know exactly what she means by that, but I don't know. The title of it just caught me wrong. And I'm trying not to be judgy. I'm trying very, very hard because I know that, when you make a title, sometimes you can intentionally make it clickbaity, but there are times when you can make it not clickbaity too. Like it's unintentional.
Between you and Ashley Smiley forever, are they?
Right.
Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of the messages starting at 4:30 that day when she's talking to you about going to Kroger?
It seems to be.
And are we to ask that these messages be marked as the state's next exhibit?
And it starts at, I think it says 3:20.
I usually don't watch her either, Amber, but that's that. And I don't want to really get into it because it's not like she does not give a rat's fat kneecap if old Bindi watches her channel or not. I can assure you. So there's no point in even talking about it.
Was actually from the day before. I'm sorry, on 3/18. So on the bottom of that page, your page 2 of that exhibit, what does Ashley say to you? She said, I need to go to Kroger, thinking about going on the way home. Do you want anything?
Yes.
Did that appear to be a normal message that you and Ashley would have with each other?
Yes.
I think then you go on to tell her a couple things that you want. If you'll read for the ladies and gentlemen, kind of just a grocery list, right?
Yeah, just Mountain Dew, some soft serve ice cream, a couple of kinds of bread that I eat, and some random chips, just some junk food stuff.
And again, typical message between you and Ashley.
Yes.
And then at some point, does she respond back to you?
Yes, she replied back later. Says gonna go later.
Still sounds like something Ashley would text to you.
Yes.
I just feel like with Mackenzie, I'm not judging anybody for what they cover. I just think that I don't need to add to the pile-on. I don't need to cover her. I think she's being covered enough and well. So I don't think it's I don't need to cover it. If I cover anything, it might be just my take on how I feel about the documentary. That might be how I do it. But I just don't. I think there are other cases, quite frankly, that need and deserve attention. So that's what I would like to focus on. But that's just me. I don't tell other people or I'm not the boss of the tubes, and I'm definitely not the boss of the true crime genre. You do you, boo. All right, here we go.
Tell us about what that next message is that you got from Ashley's phone, Heath.
Said, "You almost home, honey."
Does that sound like something Ashley would typically say to you?
Not typically, but it wouldn't have been totally out of the realm. I think she might would have phrased it slightly different, but I don't know.
What time was that text message sent to you?
That says 4:14.
Do you recall telling law enforcement that you thought that Carly actually sent you that text instead of Ashley?
I was wondering about that one at the time. Yes.
And then what did you respond to that message?
Said, "No, I'll be here for a little bit yet and at work."
And then you can't see it on this, but I think maybe Carly or whoever had her Ashley's phone sent you a thumbs up.
Sounds correct. Yes, it's not on there.
So, Heath, let me ask you, what made you think that that was Carly that sent that message and not Ashley?
I don't know, just something with the phrasing of it, maybe. I'm not sure.
I want to walk you through, prior to March the 19th, 2024, did y'all have any type of surveillance cameras at your house?
Yes, we had a couple things around. The Ring doorbell, well, I'm sorry, it's not a Ring, it was a Wise brand doorbell. Ashley had gotten to see if packages and stuff were being delivered during the day.
Were there other cameras either in the garage or inside the home?
Yes. 1 second.
Take your time.
We had one camera in the kitchen that I had actually gotten years before. I was going to actually put it at my mom's house so she could see what her dog was doing when she went outside and all. But the internet out there in the country is so slow it wouldn't run. So I had set it up at my house, I guess, well before I had even met Ashley. And it had just been sitting around. You know.
And that was a Wise brand camera also?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if that camera had any kind of like a SD card in it?
Ashley had put an SD card in it at some point, yes.
And I'm not super techie, but an SD card is just kind of something like you put in a regular camera to hold pictures or hold videos, is that
Yes.
right? Was there any way to tell what time a video popped up from that camera?
That camera was older and had some issues working with the newer software. I'm not sure on that. Ashley had been trying to work with it some, but...
I know I have a security system at my house, and there are times that mine's motion activated, and that it'll ding on my phone, and I can watch kind of who's outside my house. Did you have that ability?
No.
What about on the inside camera?
Well, the doorbell camera would ding if somebody walked up, like UPS dropping a package off or something, but the inside camera, she never could make it do anything like that. If it had that capability, it wasn't on or working.
So you weren't able to actually watch the inside from an app or anything like that?
I think you could pull up like a live stream on it, but it wasn't like dinging your phone every time the dogs moved in the house or anything like that.
It's probably a good thing, right?
Right.
So I want to ask Keith, have you ever viewed the footage from the inside cameras from March the 19th of 2024 at your house?
No.
Oh my God, please don't make him
There was
view that.
also a camera in the garage area.
Yes. Ashley had set that one up maybe a week or something before.
Could you tell, ladies and gentlemen, kind of how that camera was activated?
So she actually got that not to use as a camera. She wanted to be able to remotely open and close the garage door and make sure she would remember to put it down when she left and that kind of thing. And Wise had a camera that you set in your garage that would watch the door, and it knew, to open or close it when you wanted to, and you had a camera as well. So she mounted it on the garage door opener itself.
And that camera, did it also record video and audio?
Yes.
The way that those clips work, how long is each clip on one of those videos?
I would have to go back and look at the time on that. I'm not certain.
Do you have any reason to disagree with the fact that it's like a minute clip at a time?
Perhaps.
Is there any way, other than deleting videos on those computer systems, are you aware of any way that somebody can go in and physically edit a video from that?
Not that I know of.
And Heath, at some point, and I want to talk a little bit about it later, but at some point, did you actually watch some video from the garage camera from March the 19th?
Yes, the Rankin County officers had been all out in the garage looking through stuff, and I just assumed that they had gotten the other in the cord and everything, and a couple days after, I guess it was the 21st, somewhere in there, I realized that the cord was still in, the SD card was still in the camera in the garage, and I was kind of looking at some of the footage that it might have caught.
Can you tell me, I believe there were like 4 videos that may be relevant to March of 19th.
That sounds right, yes, ma'am.
2 videos of Ashley and Carly coming home, is that right?
I think so.
And then the video camera captures you pulling into the driveway and walking into the home.
Yes.
And then you've seen the last video, and you can't see the shooting, but you can actually hear when you walk into the house, the first gunshot.
Yes, the newer cameras had the ability to start recording when they heard a noise, or I think I've even read where some of them are smart enough to hear the sound of, like, if somebody breaks through a window or something like that, they'll start recording for home security reasons.
So
I want y'all to know, I don't know if they're going to play it today. Hold on, let me see. Let me look. For some reason, this is the most replayed. All right, so there's that. Let me just check, because I want to warn y'all, they are going to play at some point the footage from inside the house, where you can, I think it's right here. It's at the end of today, where you can hear the gunshots. So I want to prepare y'all for that. It'll be at the end of the day today. So, hey, Chief, what up? So just know that that's going to be played. And, you know, I leave it to y'all's judgment whether you listen or not. It's very brief. I will tell you that. All right, here we go.
you've actually listened back and watched that particular video.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about, tell the ladies and gentlemen, Heath, and I know it's probably difficult, you take as much time as you need. Tell the ladies and gentlemen exactly what you remember about when you came home on March the 19th, 2024.
Everything seemed pretty normal, and came on in, and when I opened the door to the kitchen there, gun went off in my face before the door was, I don't know, 3 or 4 inches wide open, and everything kind of went pretty fast from there. It was a blur. So.
I want to take you back just a step. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, saw a bit of a video from inside your house, but just so we're clear, when you say you were coming into the kitchen, I believe you pull into the garage and there's a door that leads from the garage into the home.
Yes.
And then there's a little laundry room area.
Yes.
And then there's another door kind of beside your refrigerator that leads from the laundry room into the kitchen area.
Yes.
Were you coming in the first door or the second door when the gun went off?
The second door from the laundry room to the kitchen.
And do you remember, is there anything you do every day when you come in the house?
Usually stop, take my shoes off there, and come on in and change clothes.
Do you remember if you took your shoes off on March 19th?
I think I did. Yeah.
Was it unusual for that second door to be closed in your house?
Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. We would shut that door a lot of times, trying to keep the sound of the washer and dryer down, or trying to keep one of the dogs out of the garbage can that we had in there.
I have to do something similar. Y'all have 2 large dogs, right?
2 golden retrievers.
And so on that day, the second door was what was closed.
Yes.
I believe you said that you didn't get it open probably 3 or 5 inches before it went off. What did you remember seeing, Heath?
Just gun flash in my face, and went off 2 more times, but my hand was on the gun after the first shot, and I twisted it from her.
Who was pointing that gun at you?
It was Carly.
Who pulled the trigger when you opened the door?
The first one I know was Carly. After that, my hand was on the gun too, and I know I had a scratch on my thumb and all. I very well could have hit it. I know that third time.
How close, Heath, was that gun to your face when that went off?
Maybe a foot.
Did you ever get struck by a bullet?
Yes, one of them kind of grazed right through this muscle up here.
Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, what did that feel like?
I know this sounds weird, but I honestly have never felt it to this day.
When the gun went off in your face, tell ladies and gentlemen, I mean, was your body in a state of shock?
Not at that moment. I was trying to figure out what was going on.
Did you see anybody inside your home other than Carly?
No.
Walk us through, you said that you were able to at some point get the gun from her. Tell us, Heath, what is it that you remember after that?
She was screaming out of her mind, scared. It was like she had seen a demon or something. She was terrified. And my first thought was there was an intruder somewhere, and she thought she was after somebody else.
And to be clear, Carly never told you that she thought somebody else was in the house, right?
No, that's the feeling that I got. She was terrified out of her mind.
And at that time, you did not yet know that your wife was dead, right?
No, not at that time.
So Carly's scared. She's screaming when she shoots at you. How many shots went off from that gun?
At that time, there was 3.
What type of gun was it that you took from Carly?
It was my Taurus revolver.
And what type of what caliber of weapon is that?
So the gun is a .357 Magnum, but I think it had 38 special rounds in it. You can, if the gun's a .357, it can also shoot 38s, a little bit lighter recoil.
And what color was that gun?
It's just the gun matte silver.
Prior to taking it out of Carly's hand, where was the last time you saw that gun?
Ashley kept it on her side of the bed, so it had been there for probably a couple of years.
When you say on her side of the bed, was it on a nightstand or was it somewhere else?
I think she kept it. We had like little cubbies underneath the edge of the bed. The mattress was sitting up on. I think it was sitting up under there.
Between the mattress and the cubbies,
Well, I think
underneath the mattress?
I think she just had it in a cubby under there.
Was the gun just loose or was it in some sort of holster the last time you saw it?
I do not recall that. It was a while back. It had been sitting for a long time.
Did you have other guns in the house on that day?
Yes, I had an old shotgun that I've had for years that's unloaded in the closet, and I had an AR that I had gotten. It was also unloaded in the closet.
Were there some other guns maybe in a safe too somewhere?
There was a Glock in the safe.
Oh.
There was a BB gun probably in the house somewhere too. I don't know.
Do you know if Carly knew the location of any of those guns?
She probably knew about the two in the closet, but like I said, they were unloaded, and the last time I had tried to talk her into shooting, she was too little to even hold them up. They're heavy, big.
And you had several guns in your house. Did you and Ashley ever go shoot guns?
Yes, we did.
That was something y'all enjoyed doing together?
Yes.
When you took the gun out of Carly's hand, what did you do with the gun?
I was holding on to it, and like I said, I, at that time, thought there might be someone else in the house, like an intruder or something, so I immediately started checking the house and looking for Ashley.
Did you attempt to call Ashley also?
I did.
I want to take just a step back, Keith. You get the gun from Carly. You said that she was screaming. What did she do next?
She fell back into the kitchen island, just kind of straight back onto her butt, and was screaming, jumped up, ran out the back door, and I mean, I'm still pretty quick and agile, but I knew I couldn't catch her. She was moving so fast. She ran out the back and took off, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to catch her, so I turned around, stepped back in, and I locked the back door behind me.
Do you know why you locked the back door?
Because I was thinking there might be someone else out and about and around, in or out of the house, so I went to checking the house.
Do you remember telling anybody that you were in such shock that you didn't even try to shoot Carly back or anything like that?
No, it was very evident to me immediately that something was very, very off with Carly. The way she was screaming, the way she looked, she was moving so fast.
So, Heath, you said Carly is at this point, she's out of the house, she's run off. You never actually saw someone, other than Carly at the house, right?
No.
So you locked the back door, you're going through the house, you have this firearm still in your hand. At any point, did you open up the firearm?
I opened the cylinder on it to check to see how many had been used or was left in it, and closed it back up and started checking the house.
When you opened it back up, how many live rounds did it appear were left in the gun?
Just one.
And how many rounds does that .357 Magnum revolver hold?
It's a 7-shot.
So you knew that she'd fired, at that point you knew she'd fired 3 at or in your direction.
Yes.
You did not know what the other 3 had been used for?
Correct.
The last time you saw that gun, were all 7 rounds live?
As far as I know, I guess the last time it had been used was a couple years before, or sometime when Ashley had shot at some, and I assume she had reloaded it.
So Pete, you're walking through the house. You have this gun, afraid that maybe there's somebody else in the house. You said, I believe, that you tried to call Ashley.
Yes.
Did she answer?
No.
Did you find her phone?
Found her phone. It was on a counter in our living room.
Was there a second phone beside it?
Yes.
Did you recognize the other phone?
I didn't really stop to look.
So you realize that Ashley's phone is there. Walk us through what happened next here.
Checked our bedroom, bathroom, closet, other side of the bed, under the desk in there, and turned and started going towards the other end of the house. And I glanced in our spare little 3rd bedroom, and then turned and went into Carly's room. And that's where I found Ashley.
When you found Ashley, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen what you saw?
She was laying on her back and had her hands kind of across her, and a towel over her face.
Do you remember what color the towel was?
I do not.
When you saw her laying there, what's the very next thing that you did?
Checked her pulse, see, and kind of moved the towel, and then called 911.
And when you
Okay. The towel thing, I've been sitting here trying to figure out, obviously listening to his testimony, and he said that something was very, very off about Carly that day. I think that's going to be a given, and I'm sure on cross-examination they're going to get into that specific detail more, as to what he means by off that day, because obviously even if you shoot somebody in self-defense, you're going to be off. Okay, something's going to be wrong with you. But certainly if you fire a firearm at your mother as a 14-year-old, striking her twice, missing her once, yeah, something's going to be off about you, and you're going to have a huge surge of adrenaline. It's the towel over the face that is throwing me off, because it suggests you can interpret it a couple of different ways. You can interpret it as an act of remorse, in that, oh crap, look what the hell I just did. Now I don't want to look at what I just did. Right? Or you can interpret it as something more like, I did it, but I don't want to see what I did because I knew the person. Usually people who are not acquainted with the victim in any way, shape, or form don't usually do stuff like that. Usually the covering of a body or a part of a body suggests that the perpetrator knew the victim. It denotes some type of a relationship there. I can't quite make out yet exactly what the deal with that was with Carly. I'm on the fence with that yet, and I'm hoping that through more testimony, probably more from like mental health professionals, we'll be able to make heads or tails of that. But I can't quite figure that part of it out yet.
moved the towel, what did you say?
I knew she had been shot. There was blood around, but I don't really recall exactly where. Somewhere in the right side of her face there.
You said you called 911.
Yes.
What did you tell the 911 operator it happened?
I tried to immediately tell him, and needed the police out, that my wife had been killed and I had been shot.
Do you remember telling them who had shot you?
I assume I said Carly on there, but I don't remember exact details.
It does. I agree. Jenny maybe feels like consciousness of guilt. Definitely that. But guilt stemming from what? Is it guilt over the act itself and there being remorse for what happened? Or is it, I know what I did and I don't want to look at what I did. Like trying to be like some level of denial, or does it lie somewhere in between? A combination of both. The part that's throwing me off about the towel is what she does next, which is the text to Heath. It's not like she's checking to see how much time she has to, get out and get away, right? She's not timing him for that. She's timing him to shoot him. And that suggests something else. And I don't know. I cannot make heads or tails of this one yet. I'm glad we decided to cover this, though. I'll say that.
Do you recall telling the 911 operator that, oh my God, she's killed her mother too?
I don't recall saying that, but it's very possible, I guess.
At that point, Heath, did you think that Carly was the one that had killed her mother?
I didn't know what was going on at that point. I kind of went into shock there.
At some point, and again, ladies and gentlemen, he have seen some of the body cam footage from that day, but at some point, someone from the sheriff's department does come to your house.
Yes.
Walk us through what you remember happening once he gets there.
I don't know much there other than I got out the front door and just lay down on the front porch.
And it's
Hey, Dana, good to see you. Dana says, has anyone seen an interrogation with Samantha Watts? I think that I saw that video. It did come up in my suggestions, and I'm just gonna tell you my very first reaction to it was, oh my God, not another Watts. I don't know if I'm ready for somebody with the last name Watts. I don't know if it's been long enough, so I haven't seen it yet. But why do you ask? Is it something we should check out?
and it's pretty safe to say that you were still in a state of shock.
Yes.
At some point, were you loaded up by the paramedics?
Yes.
And where did they take you?
Took me to Baptist Hospital ER.
And what was the reason for taking you to Baptist Hospital?
They wanted to get me checked out and make sure everything was okay. They knew it wasn't real bad or anything, so they just kind of be cautious.
But you had in fact suffered a gunshot wound.
Yes, they got me down to the ER and they put a piece of gauze, taped some gauze on it, and sent me back home.
And it went through your kind of right, like trap muscle area. How far? I mean, not to pick on you, you don't look like a very large man. He's pretty average size. I mean, would you agree with me that where your trap muscle is and your head are about 6 inches apart?
I guess, yes.
So that shot was pretty close to your head.
It was close, yes.
The gunshot actually, thank goodness, went kind of through and through, right?
Yes.
So you didn't require any surgery to remove the projectiles.
No.
In fact, Heath, I think you were actually, excuse me, I think you were actually released to go home that evening.
Yes, like I said, they taped a piece of gauze on me, and I don't remember them doing a whole lot else.
And the night was probably pretty hectic as far as telling people what happened and what was going on. At any point, did you ever tell anyone that it was someone other than Carly Gregg that had shot you or Ashley?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
And to this day, you've not told anyone that you think that the person that shot you or shot Ashley was somebody other than Carly, have you?
No.
We talked a little bit about law enforcement being at the house that night. At some point, they kind of released the scene back over to you, right?
Yes, I think when I returned back from the ER, they had finished up and cleared out, and there was a guy who had me sign a paper and went on back in.
Kind of saying the things that they'd taken from the home that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Heath, I mean, you go back home and they've taken some things out, but of course there's still, I mean, clear evidence that a murder had happened there, right?
Yes.
Chicken Lady says, hi, by the way, good to see you, babe. Premeditation can be a second beforehand. This was obviously longer than that. And premeditation is the biggest factor for me. See, yes. So, yeah, and I'm glad that you brought that up, because there's the legal definition of premeditation. And the legal definition of premeditation, there is really no specific time period. It can be seconds. The minute that you pick up something, an object, be that or an object or your hands, and you use that object or your hands, for example, like picking up a firearm, aiming it with your finger on the trigger, that's premeditation by the legal definition. The minute that you put your hands around somebody's neck and you squeeze, that's premeditation right there. So I'm with you, Chicken Lady. I'm not so much talking about like the legal definition of premeditation, but that's why I kind of like to use more like plotting. I think plotting is a better word for the non-legal definition, plotting, planning. Because premeditation, I don't know, because we watch trials, I always think of it in legal terms, but to me, it seems like plotting. To me, this seems like less of a spur of the moment psychotic break and more of something that she had been considering, pondering, thinking about for quite some time, and then plotting, planning, and taking the steps necessary to put her plan into action. That is what it seems like to me. That's true too, Chief. I forgot about that. Covering the part of the victim, it also can mean that the victim that there's a disgust there for the victim. That is true. That is true. I forgot about that one. Thank you. Good point. See? Best chat on the tubes. I don't care what anybody says.
At some point, do you notify law enforcement about the garage camera?
Yes, on I think it was Friday morning, I was looking through that SD card to see if it had caught anything. And of course the cops were looking all around, everywhere in the garage for various things, and had apparently not seen the camera. And they found the 4 videos that you referenced, and I called and told them I had found something else, and they'd come and pick it up or whatever. And they had still, at that time, not returned my driver's license to me. So they decided to bring that out.
And at some point, they did actually get those videos from you.
Yes.
And to be clear, there was some confusion about an Apple computer and copying
Yes,
versus
I
cutting.
had moved those 4 videos over to my computer. I was just going to let them have the card with everything on it. And when I moved them over, it pulled them off the card onto the computer rather than like a copy and paste and making a copy onto mine. So the officers came back in and were talking to me about tampering with evidence and possible charges of messing with evidence, even though I called them out there to come get the card.
And to be clear, I don't think they ever told you they were going to charge you with tampering. They just explained that they didn't want it to look like somebody might have done that, correct?
No, he said we're trying to avoid having to charge you with tampering with evidence.
Okay. At that point, you're still pretty much in a state of shock, right?
Yes, there was 4 or 5 of them in my bedroom.
Huh. Isn't that an interesting little wrinkle, as it were, that they would say that to him as a victim? Huh. Interesting. I don't think it means anything, but I will say this. Actually, it does mean something. I'm going to say it like this. At that time, the investigation is fairly new. And while it's very clear from the very beginning that it was exactly who it was that pulled that trigger, it doesn't mean that Heath would be ruled out, even though he was shot. Okay. First of all, if you think about it from an investigator's standpoint, right? Where was he shot? Somewhere that's not lethal. Okay. And it is not like there has never been a case before, many cases before, where an adult wanted to get rid of their spouse and enlisted their child to do it. It has happened. So in the early part of the investigation, nobody's ruled out as a suspect. And then you have him calling you, right, to get this SD card from a camera in the garage, but he's already taken those videos and put them on his computer. And at the end of the day, the optics give one pause. And in that moment, all they have are the optics, right? They are still looking into everything. So I'm not going to fault law enforcement. In fact, I think that as offensive as it may be, and I'm sure it was, and those feelings obviously are very valid, to Heath at that time. Even now, he seems like offended by it, and those are valid feelings, right? But I'm not going to fault I'm not going to fault law enforcement, not going to fault the detectives for giving him the side eye. To me, that suggests really a good thing, that they were not this was not just an open and shut case. They were not taking things just at face value, that they were going to do a thorough investigation. And that is what you want to see.
And in fact, if that was said to you, that would certainly not be indicative of what you would how you would want to be treated, right?
I didn't know. I was just trying to be helpful at that point and figure out what had happened or why.
And I believe even on that day and after that, you did still continue to assist law enforcement in the investigation, right?
Yes.
At some point, you decided that you no longer wanted to communicate with the state or law enforcement, right?
Yes. After a few things that had happened, I went and got a lawyer.
You talked about you told us about the garage camera and the incident, and to be clear, this was just an honest mistake, and I think that was relayed even by the officer and you, that this was instead of copying and pasting something, you accidentally cut and pasted something.
Yeah, I mean, that's a new laptop that was sitting there. I got it rather than a Windows computer this time to try out, and when I realized that mistake, I said, you can take the whole computer, just whatever, and I had it sitting there open, so he just moved it over, got on the computer and moved it over himself, one of them.
At that time, no one had been able to find the camera from the kitchen, is that right?
Correct.
Where all, if you would tell ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we knew the camera was missing, where all did you look for that camera?
Everywhere I could possibly think of. I looked high and low through the whole house. I mean, I wasn't looking just for the physical camera. I mean, it's a little shorter than that water bottle probably, but I was looking through small stuff even for the SD cards, like they're the size of your thumb, postage stamp size maybe. And I was looking in shoes and boots and clothes drawers and pockets of clothes. I looked through every tiny little shred of garbage before I let any garbage go out of the house. I don't know, I guess it was that Friday garbage comes through. Everywhere I could look for, and I continued to look for a long time.
And law enforcement had been at your house and also had searched kind of high and low in the home looking for that too, right?
After I got them to actually, look for it the second time around, they didn't seem to be too interested in finding it at first.
Are you aware that they also went and searched outside, looking everywhere between your home and where Carly was found?
I know they looked in the backyard, and one of them was kind of looking over the fence just to see if anything had been thrown anywhere.
At some point, was that camera found?
Yes, I later found it. As a lot of y'all know, when something happens, everybody always brings tons of food over, and the refrigerator had gotten just packed full of stuff, and we were slowly trying to clean that stuff out and get rid of it over time, and I found the camera back. It was actually back behind some water bottles, about like that, in the back of the fridge.
Was that the same day that law enforcement had been looking for the camera at the house?
Yes, that's the third time they came out to search the house and the yard and all around. They searched and didn't find anything.
Who was there when you, who found the camera?
I did.
Who was there when you found it?
My mom was there, and like I said, law enforcement had just left a few minutes before.
It sounds to me like Heath is not all that impressed with the job that law enforcement did investigating this crime. Now, I will say this. To be fair, I think that, and this is quite interesting to me, and it, I think, speaks to Carly's mindset at the time. Who would think to look in the refrigerator for a dadgum camera? Would y'all? Now, before hearing this testimony, now I probably would, of course, right? But prior to this, would I? Probably not, quite frankly. But he does have like a tone about him that kind of sounds like he's his Google review of the investigation is not going to be a 4 or 5 star review. I'm thinking that they're going to get somewhere in the 2.5 to 3 star range.
And based off your prior conversation with them, you wanted to make sure that they were in fact the ones that came and got it, that you didn't mess with it, right?
Correct.
And so what did you do to let them know that you had found the camera?
I called back the number that I had for Mr. Zach Cotton, and I don't know, I guess that goes to a front desk, and they had to patch me through somehow, or he called me back or something, I don't remember. Yeah.
And what's your understanding of who Zach Cotton is?
He had given me his card to contact him. I'm just assuming he was like the main investigator.
And I want to take you back a step, and we'll come back to the camera, Heath. I mean, you had actually come into the sheriff's department and given an interview with Investigator Cotton, right?
Yes.
And that was before this had happened?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And that's when you told him that Carly was in therapy for stress and anxiety?
Yes.
Do you know how long that camera had been in the refrigerator?
I don't know.
Did you put that camera in the refrigerator?
No.
Based off what you know, how do you think that camera got put in the refrigerator?
I'm assuming that...
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I'll rephrase the question. When's the last time you saw that camera plugged in at your house?
I guess previous day. I might not have noticed if it had been gone then, but I'm assuming it was there from the previous day.
And when you got home on March the 19th, 2024, was that camera still attached in the kitchen?
No.
And who was the only person besides your deceased wife that had been in your home that afternoon
Well,
that you knew of?
at that time, Carly, but we since found out there was another person in there.
And do you, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that that person moved anything in your house, right?
I don't know if anybody knows.
Sure.
I don't know.
Oh,
Had she been over to your house before?
oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. See, this is why it's good to watch these trials back, even though we didn't cover it the first time, right? But in light of what we know now, respective to the appeals process, and of course, I looked into the case a little bit, obviously. I didn't want to come on here and not know anything, right? When I covered the appeal trial or the appeal hearing, excuse me. But now knowing that he stands behind her, that he is supportive of her, that he does not think that the punishment fits the crime, that she should have an opportunity at parole. And then that testimony, he said, I don't think anybody knows. I mean, there's a way to know who did what and when they did it. And here's how you know. Okay? If that kid is on that camera, right? Then yes, she could have done it, right? But if that kid is not on that camera, then that would mean that Carly had to unplug it and put it in the refrigerator before that kid came over. So I'm sure there is a way to know.
Or the other girl?
Carly had a couple friends over a time or two, and I do believe she had been there once before, yes.
Did she have any direct interaction with you when she was there?
No, I was laying on the couch when a bunch of them came through and said hey, and they were in Carly's room or messing around in the backyard some of the time.
When you left for work on March 19, 2024, did you ever see that morning or the night before, had you seen any empty vape pen boxes?
No.
If they had been sitting, if they were found at the desk in your bedroom, would you have seen those before you left for work?
I would believe so.
Do you know anything about Carly using drugs, Heath?
I had no idea of it until the events of until the second police search.
And what are you referencing when you talk about the second search?
When they came back, I guess it was Friday, so after the murder had taken place, and they came out with a couple of things out of Carly's room that we had no clue of. So I don't know anything about them. It was new to me.
When you told law enforcement that you'd found the camera in the refrigerator, at that point, did you give them consent to kind of see what was on that camera?
Yes. He had me sign something as he was taking it, so I assume that was consent.
I want to take you back to the interview that you gave with Investigator Cotton, and you probably don't remember the contents of all that, right? It was,
Not at this time. I think we were in there for a while and covered a lot.
do you remember talking to him about what might have been stressing Carly out at the time?
I don't remember that conversation, no.
Do you remember him asking you, kind of midway toward the end of the conversation about if there was anything else that you knew about Carly or about what was going on that might be helpful to their investigation?
I don't remember at this point what was said there. I know y'all probably got a record of it, but I don't recall.
And that's okay. When traumatic things happen, our bodies respond in certainly different ways, and I don't think anyone in this room wants to experience what you've experienced, and so I don't expect you to remember everything. You had a lot of questions on that day, right, about what happened?
Yeah.
Heath, at some point, there was a no contact order put in place between you and Carly.
Yes.
Did you ask the court to lift that?
Yes.
And since that time, you've had contact with her?
Yes.
At any time during your communication with Carly, has she told you that she was not the person that killed her mother?
No. We have not had any kind of conversation, anything like that. Nothing to do with the case or the trial.
Do you see Carly in the courtroom, Heath?
Yes.
If you could you point her out?
Okay.
And could you tell me where at that table that she pointed at that she's sitting?
She's in between Mr. Camp and Miss Todd in black.
And is that the same person that shot you with that .357 Magnum on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes.
May the record reflect the defendant's identified. I'm sorry, that the witness has identified the defendant. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Give me just a sec. Ginny says, something seems strange and I just can't put my finger on it. Anyone else? It could just be me. No, it's not just you. I can't put my finger on it either. And I want to be very clear about this. When I say something strange, it feels like, and this is not a negative thing, okay? Here's the deal. He's known Carly for a long time, okay? And I think what we're feeling that is strange is there doesn't seem to be anger directed at Carly for what she did, not only to him, but to her mother. Give me just 1 second. The nuggie is in here. Hold on. Okay. So what I was going to say, sorry about that, you guys. There is something off. And I'll tell you, for me personally, I think one of the things that I'm finding that feels off is the lack of anger at Carly, not just for what she did to him, but for what she did to his wife, her mother. And I'm not quite sure what that's about. Could it be that he strongly feels that this was a mental health issue, some potential like psychotic break, psychotic episode? And that is why he doesn't have anger for her, because give me just 1 second. Let me look at something really quick. Hold on. Let me just look at this. So this was streamed September 17th, 2024. This happened March of 2024. This went quick. April, May, June, July, August, September. 6 months. She must not have waived her right to a speedy trial. And that's, I'm not going to lie and pretend that, look, maybe he is just real good. He's come to terms with what's happened here. Maybe, there's got to be something that we're missing about that day, because 6 months seems like a very quick healing time, right? To get to a place where you've moved through the grief process and you're now beyond acceptance and into forgiveness. That seems quick. Is it possible? Hey, Remy, good to see you, babe. Is it possible that somebody can do that? Of course it's possible. Of course it is. There is something that's just not quite. Yes, Jenny. Like, Jenny says, I wonder if he almost feels sorry for her because he thinks it's a mental health issue. Like, you can't, right. Like, you can't get mad at, it's hard to be angry at somebody who wasn't in their right mind. even though what they did was so egregious. And Nate, this is also a good point. Nate said, I think he knows what his wife would have wanted him to do, and she would have wanted Carly forgiven. That's also possible, which is what I think is making us, we're watching this back, and we're watching this back with hindsight, right? From the appeal hearing. So for us, we're already going to be questioning things just on that alone because she's up for an appeal. And I always am curious what their appeal is based on and how successful it will be. And so the only way to know that is to have watched the trial. Remy said, I watched Carly's trial in real time, and yikes, it had to be such an internal struggle for him. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to fault this guy. I really am not. I think that's why this is not something that we are used to seeing. We are not used to seeing the victim and then the victim's spouse testify in a way where you cannot feel the anger seething out of them, right? We're not used to this. And that is, I think, what we're picking up on. Neat said, it's easier to accept that it was out of Carly's control than to believe she did this willingly. And that's true as well. That is true as well. That's true as well. All right, let's keep going. I think they're fixing to go to break. And we're going to come back to the
cross-examination by the defense.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Smiley, we heard a lot of testimony on your direct with the prosecutor regarding the garage videos and what was on the garage videos and you transferring the garage videos to a flash drive for the police. Did you have an opportunity before you were transferring them over to view those garage videos?
Yes, the 4 from that afternoon I had seen, yes.
And we talked a lot about them on direct, but we're going to go ahead and play those for the jury so that everybody
Let's practice real quick.
All right, while they pause real quick, I'm going to say hi to Kate Can Create because this is an excellent point. He believes she was like possessed and it wasn't really her. Yeah. Hey. And then Remy says, I personally think that it should have been life with parole. Removing the chance at parole from a 14-year-old was out of line, in my opinion, but it's Mississippi. Interesting. Remy says, I think she did it willingly. And yes, at her age, she knows right from wrong. She knows the likely outcome of pulling the trigger. But does she understand the consequences to her? Remy brought you here. Well, hey, Texas girl. I'm glad you're here today. We need some support. And well, I needed you here yesterday, really. We needed some support for Texas. Yesterday, people were saying they don't want to live in. One of my very, very long time subs and very, very long time chatters said that she had taken a test yesterday, a quiz the other day, and that it suggested that her ideal place to live is Texas. And she said, can you even believe this? I can't even believe these words were typed out in this chat in this order. No, thank you. Oh! Thanks for bringing Texas Girl here, Remy. I appreciate that. I think more than anything, when you're talking about a 14-year-old, their frontal lobe is not completely developed, okay, which is what controls emotion and impulse. So can 14-year-olds understand long-range consequences of temporary feelings? No, that's true. That's true. Yes, coffee. No, thank you. In this chat. Yes. Got me right in my cold black heart. I mean to tell you, Texas is the best, y'all. Everybody should visit Texas. All right, let's keep going. Let's just scooch it ahead real quick while they.
We will mark the sleeve. You may proceed.
All right, here are the garage videos. I'm gonna go back and slow this down because I want us to see actions as they actually happen, to not sped up 1.5 to 1.5, because that makes a difference. Remy says, I had a very traumatic life event happen to my family when I was 14, and that shaped my life forever, except I had no idea that it would, if that makes sense. Yes, it makes total sense. Total sense. I think back I think back on when I was 14 and just everyday things that seemed so important. And then I look back at them as a 50-year-old and I'm not 50 yet. I giggle because I'm like, my God, why did I make such a big deal about that? Why did that feel so, why was that so important to me in that moment? You know what I mean? I'm going to rewind this. So I can't imagine, okay, let's take this back to actual regular speed so we can see what's actually happening here. All right, here we go. Okay. Grateful says, okay, I'm confused. Who ran after her? So after shooting her mother, okay, and texting her stepfather, I'm sorry, you guys. Holy crap, that came out of nowhere, that cough. I'm so sorry. Carly called a friend over, and the friend was in the backyard at the same time as the stepfather coming home. And when Carly, the friend was in the backyard when Carly actually shot her stepfather, Heath. And as Carly is leaving, that's who's chasing after her. Also, just on a quick sidebar, Chicken Lady said, neat noodle. Oh, wait, hold on. That's not the right one. Hold on. Right, this one. Neat noodle. Poppy has decided she's going to pick fights with goats. I had to put her in timeout for her own protection. Has she been hanging out with Hen Lu? Because that sounds like something Hen Lu would do. All right, here we go.
Mr. Smiley, is that a true and accurate representation of what you recall once you got home that afternoon?
Yes.
Who was that screaming that we heard on the video?
It was Carly screaming, and you heard me holler, "What's the matter?"
And what about seeing Carly made you ask her what was wrong?
I could immediately tell that something was bad wrong with Carly. Just the screaming, her eyes were just huge. She looked like she was terrified.
Have you ever heard Carly scream like that before?
No.
Have you ever seen Carly look as terrified as she did on March 19th before?
No.
Would Carly have any reason to run from you?
No.
Mr. Smiley, can you describe the full floor plan at your house?
I guess it's what you call a split. And it's got the kind of on the north end, it's a master bedroom, bath, and closet, living room, and kitchen kind of in the middle. And then on the other end, there's two smaller bedrooms that share a bathroom in between the two.
All right, hang on a minute. First of all, I have some follow-up questions. Counselor, can you please explain that part? You're doing too much, ma'am. Okay, that's petty and a side note that means nothing. I do want to go back really quick, excuse me, to the footage. I want to try to hear that scream again. Hang on. Dana says, was he shot already when he was running after her? That's not him running after her. That is another 14-year-old, 13 or 14-year-old. That's another kid running after her. Okay, I rewound it because I wanted to check the times. Obviously, these are clips and the times are different, but I'm trying to see the time between, I know when it happened. It's just I'm trying to check her demeanor. That's what I'm trying to see. Sorry. This is for my own edification. It's not even for y'all. You see how selfish I am? I'm terrible. This is at what, 3:55? All right, because even at even on regular speed, right? She's, I'm just gonna say how I feel. She looks pissed. See, there is an intermediate clip that we're not seeing, which is the first time she gets out of the car and goes into the house. We're not seeing that. I need to see that. I need to see what her demeanor was like, because according to the defense, the whole precipitating factor to all of this is that there was a confrontation, potentially, not to the defense, the state, excuse me, that there was a conversation in the car on the way home about Carly smoking weed from vape pens, okay, and and that is what caused, I don't want to say caused this, but that is the event that happened just before she went and retrieved her mother's gun from her mother's bedroom and shot her. She looks pissed. She looked pissed at regular speed, and she looks pissed here. Okay. And I just want to see how much time there is. And yes, 14-year-old girls are very dramatic. Very. Good morning, Nicole. Be cool. Good to see you, babe. I just am trying to wrap my head around all of this. And the only way to do it is to play it. So it looks like she's been sent back to the car to get some stuff out of the car, which she's clearly disgruntled about. And that's at, okay, now this is at 5:03. All right, there goes Carly. And there goes her friend. That's 2 minutes. I don't know, that I'm not going to say that sounded like a blood curdling scream. I'm going to tell you what it sounded like to me, more like a growl scream, an angry scream. But I don't know this kid. Never heard her scream before. I don't know. I didn't hear fear. To me, it sounded angry, but that's just me.
Mr. Smiley, is that a true and accurate representation of what you recall once you got home that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Who was that screaming that we heard on the video?
That was Carly screaming, and you heard me holler, "What's the matter?"
And what about seeing Carly made you ask her what was wrong?
I could immediately tell that something was bad wrong with Carly. Just the screaming, her eyes were just huge. She looked like she was terrified.
Have you ever heard
Kelly says, I'm at the garage part she just ran past, so she shot her mom immediately upon arriving home. Not immediately. There is some time lapse, but I mean, presumably It had to have been obviously after she went and retrieved the stuff out of the car. But yes, pretty in pretty short order. Yes, Kelly. Yes.
Carly scream like that before?
No.
Have you ever seen Carly looked as terrified as she did on March 19th before?
No.
Would Carly have any reason to run from you?
No.
Also,
Mr. Smiley, can you do
also, I'm just going to say this, okay? She ain't running that fast for being terrified. I'm just going to say it. Just going to say it. This is I need to get the hell out of here, but not terrified. It's not fleeing. I can tell you the other kid looked like they were fleeing, but not Carly. And I did hear something with bitch at the very end. To me, that's what it sounded like.
describe the full floor plan at your house?
I guess it's what you call a split. And it's got kind of on the north end, it's a master bedroom, bath, and closet, living room, and kitchen kind of in the middle. And then on the other end, there's 2 smaller bedrooms that share a bathroom in between the 2.
And where was Carly's bedroom?
It was on the southeast end of the house.
And
corner.
you mentioned that there was where Carly's bedroom was, there was also a bathroom in another room?
Yes.
What did you use that other bedroom for?
A lot of just general storage stuff, and had some weights, and there's a treadmill in there.
Kind of what we call like a junk room?
Yeah, a lot.
Y'all want to hear that? Grateful you want to hear that, the scream, or do you want to hear, what are you wanting to hear again? We'll just play. I'll play back the final video from inside the garage, which will show us everything. This is most replayed. A lot of people must be questioning this a little bit. All right, here we go. Let me slow it down. I gotta say, the what the fuck part of it sounds like him. So, I mean, I wish that they would be more clear asking their questions, because there's actually 2 people screaming on that in the audio. One is just a scream. They're not actually, it's just, yeah, it's a scream. They're not using words, but the other one sounds like, what the fuck? And to me, that sounds like, him, not her. Which, look, I'm sorry if I walk in my garage door and my kid, step kid or otherwise, any kid is on the other side of that door with a gun aimed at me, pointed at me, yeah, what the fuck is probably going to come out of my mouth, for real. All right, let's rewind it just a little bit. I don't know why I'm so stuck on this, but for some reason this, I don't know, this matters to me. It picks up what? And then he says, what's the matter? And I just talked over the part here. Now look, that second kid is trying to get the hell out of Dodge. Carly is jogging, not running. I'm sorry, I don't get terrified from that. I just don't. That's what I heard too, Remy. Scream, him, what the fuck? Scream, scream, him, what's the matter? Carly. That's what I hear him yell, Carly. Yeah, that's what I hear too. That is what I hear. All right, let's skip back forward to where we were.
When we're hearing burner phone, are we talking about?
All right, hold on, I went too far.
Told you about her.
Along great.
Now look here. Grateful said she might not be athletic. No, she might not be athletic, and that's an excellent point, but her running is slow for somebody who's terrified. I'm sorry. I mean, running slow. I don't think you need athleticism to run fast, right? To run well requires athleticism, right? The truth is, if you're a good runner, nobody should hear you running. You know, when you can hear the pavement like that, you're running too hard, you're hitting the pavement too hard, and you're messing up your knees. I mean, obviously you can't run silently. We're not cartoons, but it should be quiet. That's athleticism, in my opinion, anyway. Fast or slow is, I think, I'm just going to put it like this. Everybody is familiar with Mac the cat, and Mac the cat is a chubble. Okay. He eats every feeling he's ever had in his life. Good, bad, indifferent. He's eating the feeling. Okay. He's a biggin. Not gonna lie. He's a chunk. That fool, when properly motivated, can move. We were outside on the porch, and we were sitting in the chairs, and my husband accidentally hit the little garbage can I have out there. And let me tell you something, that fool moved with a quickness and jumped so high that he was over the handle from the sliding glass door. Okay. Never, ever, ever underestimate motivation when it comes to fleeing a situation. Right? Remy said after that you think someone would suddenly become athletic, right? Like in a zombie apocalypse, right?
Is that a true and accurate
Hold on.
representation of what you recall when she got home that afternoon?
Hold on. You ain't got to be the fastest. You just don't be the slowest. Know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Who was that screaming that we heard on the video?
That was Carly screaming, and you heard me holler, "What's the matter?"
And what about seeing Carly made you ask her what was wrong?
I could immediately tell that something was bad wrong with Carly. Just the screaming, her eyes were just huge. She looked like she was terrified.
Have you ever heard Carly scream like that before?
No.
Have you ever seen Carly look as terrified as she did on March 19th before?
No.
Would Carly have any reason to run from you?
No.
Mr. Smiley, can you describe the full floor plan at your house?
I guess it's what you call a split, and it's got the kind of on the north end, it's a master bedroom, bath, and closet, living room, and kitchen kind of in the middle, and then on the other end there's two smaller bedrooms that share a bathroom in between the two.
And where was Carly's bedroom?
It was on the southeast end of the house.
And
corner.
you mentioned that there was where Carly's bedroom was, there was also a bathroom and another room?
Yes.
What did you use that other bedroom for?
A lot of just general storage stuff, and had some weights, and there's a little treadmill in there.
Kind of what we call like a junk room?
Yeah, a lot of junk in the closet on a shelf and laying around. And
Okay. And is there a hallway that separates the kitchen and the living room from that side of the house?
Yes.
And where was the indoor camera located?
It was in the corner of the kitchen / dining room open area.
And is the kitchen, living room area of your house, is that open?
Yes.
And let me ask you this. How would you describe your and Ashley's marriage?
We got along great. We, you know, I don't guess we ever really had anything we just disagreed on or anything.
And we're still in your honeymoon phase?
Yeah.
And just for the record, you can't nod. You have to answer yes or no for the
Yes,
court reporter.
yes, I'm sorry.
And what, if anything, had Carly told you about her biological dad, Kevin Gregg, doing drugs?
Everyone that I can think of, it sounds like he has either tried or does regularly.
And what did Carly tell you about her biological dad doing drugs in her presence?
He was constantly doing drugs in front of her, blowing the smoke in her face. Turns out that he sat her down and made her drink an entire beer when she was 12.
And what, if anything, had Carly told you about her dad offering her drugs during her visitation periods?
Not sure on that, but I think she said they were laying around all over the place throughout his house, and I think he had tried to get her to do some various things at one point or another.
And would you say that Carly was scared of her dad?
Yes. She did not like having to go up there, and she was not herself for a day or two after coming back.
Okay. And would you say that Carly's mom was scared of her dad?
Yes. Anytime they spoke of him, it was like a deer in the headlights. They would freeze up and be shaking sometimes if they were talking about him.
And how would you describe Carly's relationship with her mom during the time that you came into her life in spring of 2019 to March 19th of 2024?
They got along great, loved doing things together. They liked a lot of the same movies, and they go shopping together, and they stayed together quite a bit.
Pretty tight bond?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Ashley was protective of Carly because she'd lost a child already?
Yes, she wanted the best for Carly, watched over her all the time, yes.
And is it fair to say because Ashley was protective of Carly that she was a little on the stricter side with things like social media?
She was, yeah. She would read all the bad things that happened in the news and all that, and she didn't care for any of it. And I think TikTok's probably one of the ones that she didn't care for.
And TikTok was what Carly had put on the iPod, the old iPod?
Yes, just watching the usual stupid videos.
Yeah. And we've heard the phrase burner phone a few times, but when we're hearing burner phone, are we talking about the old iPod?
Yes.
Okay. So the burner phone is the old iPod she had that she somehow downloaded social media apps to?
Yes.
Okay. And Carly was in 10th grade at the time that you guys found the iPod?
Yes.
With the social media apps?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Would you say that most 10th graders want to be on social media? Were there any other social media apps Carly had on the iPad?
I can't remember at this time. Ashley had taken care of all that. She was way more tech savvy with that stuff than I am.
Had you and Ashley already found the old iPod?
Yes, we had. She had found it and figured out what was going on. Yeah.
And when did you guys discover the old iPad that's called people can call the burner phone?
I'm just going to have to say sometime last fall. I don't know the exact time frame.
So not in March?
No.
And we talked about an incident with Carly looking on her teacher's computer at school. Did Carly need to cheat to get good grades?
No, she loved school, but she was almost bored with school a lot of days. It was, even though she was in the advanced classes, she's a light year ahead of everything they're teaching. Anything new she picks up and just wants to be a step ahead of the teachers.
And hadn't Carly told you about that incident that the kids in her class had dared her to?
Yes, they had. Yeah, she told us about it.
And how would you describe your relationship with Carly?
All good. We've gotten along from the beginning. Hadn't really had any problems between us.
And do you have any other children?
No.
And would you say that you love Carly the same as you would a biological child?
Yes.
And what, if anything, had Ashley told you about her ex-husband's mental health issues?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
What, if anything, had Carly told you?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Have you ever had any interactions with Mr. Gregg?
No, other than I would see him in the car picking up or dropping Carly off. And a lot of times he would drop her off and leave, wouldn't even check to see if she was getting in the house.
And you said that the handgun that was used in this incident on March 19th was kept under Ashley's side of the bed?
Yes.
Was it kept in a lockbox or anything like that?
No, she just had it under the little cubbies and all we had built out for kind of storage. She had set it under there.
And why was she sleeping with a loaded handgun under her side of the bed?
She was terrified that the ex was going to show up one day, and she wanted that there.
Now, in the time that you've known Carly, the 3.5 years from spring of 2019 to March 19th of 2024, had you ever seen Carly be violent?
No.
Had there ever been any incidents in which Carly was in trouble for being violent?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Had you ever seen Carly enraged?
No.
Had you ever seen Carly get mad?
No, she'd get frustrated with something every now and then if she couldn't make something work like she wanted to, or something in a video game, but she would work at it over and over and over till she figured it out and got it.
Okay. Had Carly been having any trouble at school?
No.
Had she been having any trouble with friends?
Not that I know of.
And you mentioned that Carly had a boyfriend at school, and at first Ashley didn't like it, but then she was okay.
Yes.
Why did Ashley first have a problem with Carly having this boyfriend at school?
Just in general, she had told her she didn't want to date until she was 16 or so, at least, and just trying to watch over her.
Okay. And do you recall a statement that you made to law enforcement back on March 19th about y'all been having problems with Carly?
Again, I don't remember exactly what all I told them at this point.
Okay. What, if any, issues had you and Ashley been having with Carly?
Just not really any problems with her other than I think she was kind of at times depressed, or she's a teenage girl, maybe emotional, but she ended up, we got her to a clinic close to her, I guess it's in Madison there, to let her talk with a therapist.
Okay. And what had led you and Ashley to decide to put Carly in counseling?
She just didn't seem like she was her normal happy peppy self. She was just kind of depressed and sitting around more, and she she said she thought talking to somebody might help her.
Had you noticed anything else that was going on with Carly that concerned you at that time?
Not that I recall. She was kind of having problems with time management kind of stuff, and maybe remembering a couple things, which was a little unusual for her with schoolwork stuff.
Can you tell me about the issues she was having with remembering things?
Just
All right, sorry, you guys. I had to make lunch for the nuggie. She comes first before the skips. I will say this. It seems to me, and this is not anything negative, this doesn't have a negative connotation to it. It just seems to me like asking this witness questions about Carly and like school problems, friends, stuff like that. It seems like like Heath kind of stayed in his own lane in that way. Like he didn't come into the picture and try to, I'm trying to think of how to put this the right way to truly convey what I'm trying to say. I think it seems like he recognized his role. While yes, he is a stepfather, and yes, but she also had a father who was in her life. He didn't try to come in and take over. He kind of just let her mom, Ashley, handle that kind of stuff. And I actually think that's commendable and respectable. I think that I don't know. I have more to say, but I can't quite, like, I have a lot of thoughts, but they're kind of jumbled up. So I'm just going to let this play.
Describe the depth of your injury that you sustained on March 19th?
It was just a spot went through my edge of the upper trap muscle right there, and kind of zipped right through. And like I said, oddly enough, I know it sounds weird, but I've never really felt it or had any trouble with it.
Did you require stitches?
No.
I think we heard an officer on one of the other cameras call it grazed. Is that a fair description?
I guess yes.
And Mr. Malley, do you have any idea why Carly would want to shoot you?
No.
And we all heard Carly screaming when you walked into the garage, from the garage into the kitchen on March 19th. How did Carly appear to you when you walked in?
Like I said, my initial thoughts were she was terrified, scared out of her mind. I still, to this day, don't think she ever even recognized me. Something was wrong there. I don't know what, but something was off.
And when you walked into the house, did Carly say anything to you?
No, just was screaming.
Did she say anything in response to your question? What's wrong?
No.
Is that like the Carly that you had known for the past 3 years?
No, not at all.
Did Carly ever have any interest in guns?
No, Ashley had wanted her to go shooting with us a time or two, and I had tried to, get her to shoot a couple of different times. And I think Ashley or somebody might have taken pictures the time or two that she went, but that was it, and she never was interested in going when myself and Ashley went.
And in all the time that you've known Carly, would you describe her as callous?
No.
Would you describe her as calculating?
No, except with math.
Would you describe her as diabolical?
No.
How would you describe Carly?
She's just a sweet little girl ever since I've known her. And, even when we take her to the playground, instead of running around playing, a lot of times she would be pushing other kids on the swing and the little, I don't know what they're called, little roundabout things that kids get on and go in a circle. She'd be the one that'd be pushing groups of kids rather than her playing. She'd go find the younger ones to try to help take care of them, and she's just sweet.
And are you aware of any medication Carly had been placed on?
And I can't remember the names of which one was which, she had been placed on one by the therapist that they had started her on something.
And do you recall what that medication was for?
Whatever they thought it was, whether it was, I don't know, just generalized stress or depression, or I don't know what they were thinking it was.
Okay. And do you recall how many medications that she'd been on?
I know she was on one, and then approximately the week before the 19th, they swapped her to another one.
Okay. And with the first medication that Carly was on, did you notice any changes in her personality or demeanor?
No.
And with the second medication that Carly was on, did you notice any changes in her personality or demeanor?
No. She had only had a chance to be on it for a handful of days. I don't know exactly how many days, but if she was just getting started on it.
And do you and Carly still have a relationship?
Yes, I think we're good.
And how frequently do you and Carly talk?
Just about every day now. I don't always get off of work in time to catch her on a phone call, but we text some back and forth over the app that's allowed, and we talk over the video chat thing that's allowed through the jail and on weekends. So we're good.
Prior to March 19th, had you ever been afraid of Carly?
No.
Are you afraid of Carly today?
No.
Prior to March 19th, had Ashley ever been afraid of Carly? Based on your observations and personal knowledge, had Ashley ever appeared to be afraid of Carly?
Your Honor, give cause for speculation.
Your Honor, he can say what he observed.
Y'all arguing in front of the jury. Y'all approach. All right, the objection is going to be overruled. You can answer the question based on your observation and personal knowledge. Did Ashley appear to be afraid of Carly?
No, not at all.
And you testified on direct that you had retained your own attorney after the investigation of this matter got started. And you said that was because you had been concerned or felt worried that you were going to be charged with a crime?
Yes, the cops had insinuated the tampering with evidence. They held my license for several days, wouldn't bring it back. I kind of think now that they were maybe trying to keep me around.
That's sustained. You can testify to what you observe, but you can't testify to what you think other people do, okay?
Okay. And then I went and got a lawyer from there.
Okay. And why would you have tried to hide evidence that you were telling law enforcement about?
I have no idea. I was trying to find anything I could that might help out and figure out what or why.
Was law enforcement aware that there was a garage camera on March 19th?
I don't believe so. They were all around out there apparently looking at stuff. I don't know, 5 or 6 of them, and they never saw the camera or never bothered to mess with it, more than likely.
Had any members of law enforcement asked you about any cameras?
No, nothing I recall.
And you spoke on direct examination about them turning the house back over to you. About how long did law enforcement have your house under investigation on March 19th?
I had been down to the ER and back a couple hours, 2.5 hours roughly maybe, because it had gotten dark by the time I got back there.
And how many times after March 19th did law enforcement issue search warrants to come back out?
2 more times.
Okay. And during those 2 other times, now making 3 times that law enforcement investigated your house, did anyone find the camera in the fridge?
No, they did not.
Okay. And they didn't ask about any cameras in the garage?
No.
No. So you were very forthcoming with this evidence?
Yes.
And you also had your attorney file a motion to rescind the no contact order between you and Carly, correct?
Yes.
Had you asked that that be done beforehand?
Yes, I had tried to get my first attorney to get some of that in motion, and I don't know what happened there. It kind of fell through.
And has anyone else made you feel intimidated during the course of this investigation?
I was told by the DA's office that I couldn't contact anyone else, like y'all that were working with her about anything, couldn't speak with anyone else. And then
You were told you...
Sure.
Proceed.
So, it's understandable that you would be a little guarded
Yes.
and that this has been a long, ongoing investigation and it's hard to talk about this stuff emotionally.
Yes, at times, worse than others.
Yeah. And that you have been interviewed about this previously.
Yes.
So, you're having to go back over the same stuff repeatedly.
Yes.
And it's hard to testify. It's nerve-wracking.
It is.
And this is being televised and broadcast, and there's been a lot of scrutiny, so it's understandable that you would be guarded and nervous while testifying.
Correct.
Thank you for court indulgence. Please interview.
Redirect examination.
I'll say this, and this is not, any kind of shade being thrown at him at all. I don't know these people. We don't know these people. Let's be honest. We're seeing these people come and talk about the worst day of their life. Okay. So we got to give them some grace in that regard. But I will say this, he may have been called by the state, but he's testifying for the defense, and that's fine. I mean, he's the victim, and I guess he's in the best position to, he knows the perpetrator. This isn't a stranger to him. So if these are his feelings, these are his feelings. I think that the reason that people may be giving the side eye and is because I'm just going to say it. I don't know another way to say it, so I'm not going to try to take my time and get my words all correct and worry about that and all that, okay? I'm just saying how I feel. For somebody who is not good with a firearm, she fired a gun at her mother 3 times. Granted, they are saying point blank range, so she was closer to her mother than she was to Heath. But at the end of the day, she fired that gun 3 times at her mother. She only missed once. She fired that gun at Heath, and she shot him. She wasn't even in the vicinity of anywhere lethal. Okay? I don't think that has has much to do with Heath. I can certainly see why people are like, but I think it has more to do with Carly than it has to do with Heath. I think the person that she intended to kill is the person that she killed that day, which was her mother. I think her anger was at her mother. I think that Heath was tangential to it. I think that it is quite possible that this was a plotting type situation and that she did intend to claim some type of mental illness. I mean, she'd been diagnosed with it. She was on medication. She had just been switched to medication. She's an incredibly intelligent girl. So that's what people have testified to, how smart he is. A lot of his testimony has been about how quickly she picks things up. And one of the things that he said that I found very interesting is that she was light years ahead of some of the teachers. That is interesting to me. And I think that it is quite possible that her shooting him the way that where she shot him was an out of necessity. She had to shoot both of them in order for her plan to work. Now, am I saying it was a good plan? No. Am I saying it was a rational plan? No. Am I saying, she's a 14-year-old kid? It's a terrible plan. It's a ridiculous plan. She clearly didn't even think about it long range. Like, how's this going to play to a jury? She didn't think about any of that stuff. Okay. It's clearly, it's not a good plan, but I there's something ain't right here. And I'm kind of leaning more towards
how many phones
with Carly.
That Carly had?
I just knew of the one that we had gotten for her.
And so if law enforcement had 2 phones they recovered belonging to Carly from the scene, that would in fact be more phones than you knew about, right?
Yes.
Do you think that if someone shoots at me unprovoked, that's a violent offense?
I guess so. It really depends on the circumstances.
Again, unprovoked. I'm walking into this courtroom, and out of nowhere, this gentleman closes to the door. As soon as I open it, pulls out a gun and fires it at me. Is that a violent offense?
It could be. It depends on the circumstances.
You said that Carly, you never saw her get mad or yell?
I have never seen Carly just angry or anything.
All right, we got to back the milk truck up, bro. All right. There are no circumstances under which a person just walking through a door is shot at, and it's not a violent offense. I'm sorry. I have got to disagree with you there, okay?
Never.
No, ma'am. She's always been just a happy little girl.
Was she a happy little girl when we just heard the video when she was firing a gun at you?
Like I said, I've never seen anybody like that, even in movies. She was not herself, and like I said, I do not believe she even recognized me. She was terrified.
And I believe on direct, when I asked you about medications, you actually didn't handle Carly's prescriptions or medications, right?
No, Ashley was making sure she was taking them.
I want to talk to you, Mr. Smiley. You said that law enforcement came over a couple times and they didn't find these cameras. Did Miss Todd and Mr. Camp come over to your house at some point?
Yes, they did.
And when was that?
I think it was after the second police search.
And at any point, did they also conduct a search of your house?
They came through and wanted to take pictures and get the layout of the house.
Did they take anything from the house?
I think they took a couple pieces of her artwork and a couple things like that, but I'm not certain at this time.
And you don't know as to what they did with those, do you?
I do not.
Did they ever find the camera in the refrigerator?
No.
Court's indulgence. There are no further questions.
May this witness be found excused by the state.
We'd ask that he subject to recall.
All right. Mr. Smiley, I'm going to ask you to stand down, but you will need to leave the courtroom and not special testimony with anybody. You're not free to be in the courtroom just yet.
Okay.
All right. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, this will be a lengthy witness. I'm not sure if you want us to start or if you'd rather us.
Y'all can approach. You'll have to speak directly in the microphone, but you need to speak so the lady on the back row can hear you. Okay? You understand that you're not under oath and you're anxious to be sworn in, answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner.
Good morning, Cliff. Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, Cliff Dunlap, Rankin County.
Where within Rankin County do you work, Cliff?
In the Rankin County Coroner's Office.
Okay. And what specifically is your title at the coroner's office?
Chief Deputy Coroner.
How long have you worked there at the coroner's office, Cliff?
Been there about 12 and a half years.
Okay. What year did you start?
2011.
Okay. And as the chief deputy coroner, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities there at the coroner's office?
So essentially, we are death investigators. We respond to any number of deaths that fall under our jurisdiction.
Okay. Prior to working at the coroner's office, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, I've been in the death care industry since 2006 as a licensed mortician.
Okay. And what kind of training did you go through to become a licensed mortician?
So for the mortician, we have an associate's degree in applied sciences, specifically for mortuary science.
And before coming to the coroner's office in 2011, between 2006 and 2011, where else did you work during those times?
I started out working at Ottenly Funeral Home and then subsequently at mortuary services after that.
Okay. And just kind of, not to get graphic or anything like that, but on a day-to-day basis, what did your job responsibilities include?
So we would respond to scenes of death, hospitals, residents. We would take decedents into our care and then provide the services that the family wanted depending on their desires.
And so once you came to the coroner's office in 2011, what kind of training or education did you have to go through?
So we go through a 40-hour initial training that covers the various degrees and topics that we may encounter on a day-to-day basis. Death investigation, family notifications, and then we do continuing education on a yearly basis.
And how much continuing education is required of someone in the coroner's office?
So we're on 24 hours in a calendar year.
And just in general, what kind of topics do you typically, what kind of classes do you take as part of your continuing education?
It could be any manner of things that kind of fall under the jurisdiction of death investigation, scene recovery, family discussions, just all manners that fall under that jurisdiction.
As part of your training and education, do you sometimes attend and observe autopsies at the state crime lab?
Yes, we do.
How many would you say that you've attended or observed since working at the coroner's office?
In my time total, I would say roughly 10 to 15.
And speaking of the state medical examiner's office, tell the ladies and gentlemen how the coroner's office works with the state medical examiner's office, or if y'all do work with the state medical examiner's office.
We do. So under the state medical examiner's office, there are 83 coroners, one for each county and one additional for the Choctaw Reservation. We're basically the eyes and the ears of the medical examiner's office because they're not able to, of course, go out to each individual death per county. So we're kind of their representatives on a day-to-day basis, and we report to them findings.
Since starting at the coroner's office in 2011, approximately how many calls would you say you've been on, Cliff?
Estimated, I would say at least into the thousands, based off of my yearly calls that we work.
And again, just kind of generally speaking, why would the coroner's office be called to a scene?
So again, for death investigation, usually anything that falls under our jurisdiction, natural deaths and unnatural deaths.
And whenever you say unnatural deaths, what do you mean by that?
Any death that is not attributable to a disease, natural disease process.
I think, by the way, hi, Stephanie in Canada. Good to see you. I don't think Ashley, which is Carly's mother, I don't think she thought that I don't think that any of Ashley's behaviors were attributed to quote unquote normal teenage things. Not by Ashley, at least. It seems like her mom was very, very proactive. And I think that had to do with the fact that Carly's biological father had mental illness. And so I think that she was vigilant, and I think she paid attention to all of the things. I think that, she, like I said, she took her to counseling. Not that you're saying she did attribute them. I'm kind of talking to you and BCTV at the same time. So I should have included that. My bad. I'm sorry. I don't think that Ashley attributed any of this to normal teenage stuff. She took her for counseling and she was prescribed medication, and medication to put, and they haven't gotten into what the medication is yet. And I haven't watched this trial. I'm watching it for the first time right now. So I think I'll maybe have a different opinion as more information comes out. But if they were treating her for depression and anxiety, they likely would have put her on an antidepressant, and maybe a SSRI, a serotonin reuptake inhibitor. And, the risks you have to really weigh those with teenagers. Those have suicidal ideation. It's on the warning labels, comes in the packet. That in it can those ideations can increase with those medications in teenagers and other people, just people and just human beings in general. But it increases more in teenagers. So, and also not every medication works the same for every person. People have, like, for example, some people take Benadryl to fall asleep. If I took a Benadryl, I would be cleaning grout lines. It makes me incredibly hyper. I cannot take Benadryl. Oh, hey, Sarah, good to see you, babe. You didn't get your notification? Well, come on, YouTube, get it together, man. Yeah. So I think they were being proactive. Let me just see if we can skip forward just a little bit. I mean, I don't think we need to hear the coroners, but we'll just skip it a little bit. All right, hold on. I mean, he did all the things they were supposed to do. Let's see what he says on cross.
So you put on a piece of paper and then you turn it in.
Once they rule on the cause of death, yes, sir.
Okay. In here, I was looking on the last page because you said there were, and I guess this would be a case in point. On the last page, it has your investigator narrative, and that would be your narrative.
Correct.
Okay. And it talks about 2 gunshots. Mm-hmm. Okay. But then you got more information, I guess, after you did your narrative.
Right. Correct.
Okay. And you didn't go back and edit it or change, or when I say change it, you didn't make a notation that upon getting the autopsy information back, there's actually 3 gunshots or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you normally make, because it looks like on the first page, did you say, or at some point you do say you have there's 3 gunshots, is that correct?
In the case, or the cause of death, once it was ruled that it was changed to that.
Okay. But you didn't change the narrative.
Correct.
And you didn't, in your narrative, you didn't say anything about once you get the information, you're now, compiling the report and this is what we're doing. Is that correct?
Right. We have a separate report from the medical examiner's office.
And so is this one, well, I guess you wouldn't do this case report, or you wouldn't finish it until you got the autopsy done, correct? Okay. No further questions, John.
Redirect.
Cliff, do you know whenever you said you sat through some autopsies, is that correct?
Correct.
Whenever the medical examiner gets someone into the crime lab, do they clean that person up?
What they do initially is they will do x-rays before anything is done to the decedent. Yes.
Do they clean the person up or in any manner?
During the course of the autopsy, they do.
Okay. Is the based off what you know personally, is the medical examiner's office, can they then do their investigation into the decedent at that time as well?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you said earlier that the coroner's office is the eyes and the ears in Rankin County. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, just to be clear, as reflected in your report that's in evidence, what were you able to determine was the cause and manner of death?
The gunshot wounds.
Okay. And what?
Yes, sir.
BCTV says, yep, most likely, but as she was younger, SSRIs can alter moods in a still developing mind of a minor. Could the chemicals in those medicines change her perception of what she was doing? Yes. Yes, they could. I suspect the truth lies in between what the state and the defense are alleging. I'm going to tell you what I think. And look, I'm just going to say this. It's subject to change. At this point, at this moment, in the day 2 of the trial, based on the testimony that we've heard thus far, I suspect that it was a combination of the medications, the hormones that exist in a 14-year-old kid, and I think it's quite possible that she was predisposed to be violent. And I think that what had happened was a terrible combination of just the right circumstances, the worst circumstances. I think that I think that's what happened here. I think that I think this is something that she thought about for a while. I think she was angry with her mother for whatever. We'll never, unless she comes out and says why she was that she was, because at this point she hasn't even said she was angry at her mom. And I'm talking about at this point, like today is in May 29th, 2026. She denies even being mad at her mother. I do think she was angry with her mother. And I think that I think this is something she thought about for a very long time. I think that medications play a role in how, because it chemically alters you, period. Whether you're an adult or whether you're a child, you're messing with brain chemistry. And I think that when that happens, I think some people are potentially are predisposed to have different types of thoughts. I mean, when you think of depression, typically you think of suicidal ideation, not homicidal ideation. So this is a lot different than that. But I do think that the truth lies in somewhere in between everything the state is saying and everything that the defense is saying. I think the truth is in the middle.
Through the laws of the state, are you familiar with the laws of the state as they affect the coroner's office?
Yes.
Okay. And does your office make a determination as to cause of manner of death through your normal job duties and responsibilities?
In cases that we rule on, yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
May I just speak on executed by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense? Yes, Your Honor. All right, you're free to step down. Y'all approach.
I also think grateful that when it comes to Carly's biological father, I think that a lot of people who are
Take our lunch break. Y'all, I'm going to give y'all over to Bailey.
a lot of people who suffer from mental health illness self-medicate and turn to illicit substances. I think they kind of go hand in hand.
He's going to take y'all on back. Lunch should be there. Gets lunch. We'll be in recess till 12:30, but as soon as they're done, we'll get started back. Anything further from the state before we recess? From the defense.
We have one issue that we would like to take up if we could.
Sure. Go ahead and come to the podium.
We sent both an email to the court. We filed a request to Your Honor, there was a mental evaluation that was done by Dr. Pickett, and that we had made a request to get the recording, and we had sent both an email to the court. We filed a motion because we weren't sure exactly what we need to do to ask for it. Dr. Pickett had sent us a response when we had requested his recording. He said that he'd be happy to give it to us, but we have to file a subpoena or something to that effect. And that's why we filed the motion.
Do you have an order for me to sign or a subpoena or anything?
Yes, Your Honor, I can get that. That's why if the court says it's okay, we will get you an order.
Yeah, I mean, I'll hear from the state in response. The short orders, yes, but I'm not taking the order.
Yes, we'll take care of that. No problem, Your Honor.
Does the state have a response for the record?
Your Honor, the motion doesn't actually state any reasoning for wanting the recordings other than the fact that in the evaluation report, Dr. Pickett made numerous allegations concerning one of the defendant's attorneys. It doesn't appear that they want these recordings for anything to do with the defendant's mental state at the time, but rather about something to do with an attorney. So we don't really know what the purpose of those would be. So, of course, we can't state whether we would agree or not agree to the production. But also, it should be noted that their expert did not provide us, nor did he have any recordings of his evaluations.
Anything further? Any reply?
Your Honor, I don't believe there was a recording by Dr. Just for clarification, there were two other individuals who had done reports. Neither one of those individuals did recordings on this matter. The issue was in his report, it references interactions between the defendant, the attorney, and part of Dr. Pickett's evaluation was based upon those interactions, and it specifically says it in this report, and they know what we are referring to. So that's what the basis of it was, Your Honor.
Well, the court will grant any order or subpoena that Dr. Pickett believes that he requires for you to turn it over. However, as I said, I don't type anybody's orders, so I don't have an order in front of me. As soon as I get the order, I'll be happy to sign it. I'll ask the state to go ahead and let Dr. Pickett know that I have said I'm going to order him to turn it over. So I'd ask that he turn it over post haste. But I can understand the doctor wanting some document from the court saying he has to turn it over too. But motion granted, give me an order, give me a subpoena. All right? Over the objection of the state.
And we will notify Dr. Pickett. When I spoke with him about whether or not he could produce that, he did have concerns about being able to email such a large file. So that if the defense could help provide him with some way for them to actually transfer that file, otherwise it would not be until if and when he's brought here in town for hearing. I believe Dropbox would allow.
Okay, well, Dr. Pickett's not going to set up the Dropbox. This is what I'm going to do. I'll sign the order saying he's to turn it over. But logistics are y'all's ends. Okay? The court is not going to get involved with typing the state's orders. I don't type the defendant's orders, and I don't get involved with the state or the defendant how y'all want it produced. That's y'all's problem. So, granted, give me an order. I'm asking the state to let Dr. Pickett know that I'm granting the order. How he produces it, none of my concern. Okay? All right, best of luck.
I mean, the truth of the matter is, if there's a recording, it should be produced. They should be able. The defense should be able to see it.
As soon as possible. How's that? That's as close to immediate splitting the baby. However, please let Dr. Pickett know. All right, state ready?
Yes, sir.
Defense ready? Is the defense ready? All right, bring them. Who's the state's next witness? You got him? Okay. All right, state may call its next witness.
State calls investigator Tyler Burnell.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am. You understand that you're not raising your answers this morning as under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, make sure.
Can you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
My name's Tyler Burnell.
And Tyler, where are you employed?
I work for the Rankin County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your role with the Rankin County Sheriff's Department?
I'm an investigator in the Criminal Investigative Division.
And tell us what that means.
Essentially, our division responds to incidents. We investigate calls for service.
Cam when he's dealing with the public.
Correct.
What is the policy for investigators and body cams back in March of 24?
The investigators in my division did not have body cameras in March of 2024.
What about as we sit here today? Do you have them now?
We are starting to trickle them in, and by trickle, what I mean is that the criminal investigators that I work alongside with, and I guess I should try and explain this. So the criminal investigative division not only houses the criminal investigators, people that investigate, the theft and the violent crimes and the fraud and all those things, but it also houses our drug investigators. We have prescription fraud investigators that essentially work on pharmaceutical diversion, investigators that investigate street drug related crimes, the sale of fentanyl and the sale of marijuana and the sale of methamphetamines and things along those lines. But we also have our interdiction investigators, guys that are essentially working on drug trafficking organizations and things like that. So those narcotics investigators is kind of the loose term for those different identities of investigators. Those have their body cameras they all have them now. So before, the street drug investigators and the pharmaceutical diversion investigators did not have them. They do now. And so our interdiction guys have them, the narcotics guys have them, but we are still kind of acquiring them piece by piece as we are able, as the Sheriff's Office is able to obtain the resources either through budget appropriation or grant funding in order to continue to buy body cameras for our division.
Investigator Burnell, I want to take you back to March the 19th of 2024. Were you, in fact, working at the Sheriff's Department at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen if you worked a call at 214 Ashton Way that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Walk us through your first involvement with that call that was made out to 911.
So we were going back to that date. We were actually in trial that week, working on another case with I believe it was Mr. Smith was involved in that one as well. But I had left the courthouse, went to my office, and essentially obtained my belongings, which is essentially just a backpack that I toted all my stuff in. But acquired that, got in my vehicle, and started heading to my residence. And our police radio is on and the volume up, and I overhear our 911 dispatcher asking that that the units that work the north end of our county, which is essentially like anything north of I-20 or Highway 80, asking for the north units to be en route to 214 Ashton Way. And this was a female dispatcher, that a disturbance had taken place and there was a possible shooting involved. So, of course, knowing that our division will eventually be involved in that particular incident, I activated my emergency equipment and drove to the scene, and was the first investigator there. And basically, once I got there, I Noticed that deputies Hunter Lewis and Dustin Smith had already arrived. They're assigned to the patrol division, and medical personnel had also arrived on scene already.
And the medical personnel, is that separate from the sheriff's department?
That's correct. So in the county, especially around the reservoir area, we tap into the fire protection for the cities very, very minutely, but we also have the reservoir fire department, which responds to a lot of the fire and emergency related medical incidents in the unincorporated part of the county.
On this particular day, what information had you been provided kind of before you walk into, because we've actually seen some body cam footage where you walk up to the scene. At that point, what did you know had happened?
So I walk up to the scene. Pafford is loading a white male who was later identified as Heath Smiley. Our dispatcher had stated that his daughter had shot him, killed his wife, and then fled, which is the radio traffic that I'm hearing on the radio prior to getting to the scene. And so I have real general information, not really specific details. So I go to Deputy Lewis, I go to Hunter, and simply ask him what he's got. And then he begins to fill me in on the specific details related to kind of why we're there, what has transpired, what information he's been able to get from Mr. Smiley, anything along those lines.
Do you recall around what time you got the call or that you went out to the house?
It was shortly after 5 o'clock, 5:06, 5:07, somewhere around in there.
Nighttime?
Yes, ma'am, afternoon, right.
When you arrived on the scene, where was Carly Gregg?
She was not there.
Did law enforcement know where she was at that time?
No, ma'am.
When you go into the house, kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you're assessing at that time.
So and this will be kind of hitting the fast forward button a little bit. So there are a couple of things that transpire after I make contact with Hunter. I provide him some information in order to get an incident log started, a crime scene log, crime scene integrity sheet, what have you, and essentially get my camera. And then our investigators I can hear them on the radio coming en route, so to speak, and basically informing our dispatcher that they're en route to the scene. And as that is beginning to happen, I simply take my camera, get some gloves, and because the gloves are, regardless of whether or not people think about it, gloves are they're important. They're a big thing when it comes to crime scenes. We have touch DNA in our skin. Believe it or not, skin cells come off of our hands, regardless of whether or not we know it, and we leave those, we transfer those on different surfaces and things along those lines. And so gloves are an important thing when it comes to crime scenes. And so I obtained a pair of gloves, got my camera, and then essentially begin to try and photograph the residence. Start on the outside, and then work from the outside in. And basically, we're just trying to document and preserve the house the way it is, as we find it, so to speak.
Investigator Burnell, I want to take a step back. You mentioned something about setting up a crime scene log. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen what that means and why that's important?
So when I got there, the Deputy Lewis had facilitated the putting up of the tape, the cliche, the crime scene tape that most people see on television, stuff like that. Well, what you may not see is a crime scene log. So it's essentially a document, a landscaped piece of paper that's got a bunch of lines on it. It's got a name, a place for an agency, the time in, time out, and purpose for scene on some of them. It's essentially to document the comings and goings of everybody on that particular scene, whether or not you're a law enforcement officer, you're a coroner, you are a medical member of the medical personnel, whether or not you're fire, paramedic, so on and so forth.
During the time that you have a crime scene taped off and you're doing this log, is anyone other than first responders and law enforcement, and I'm including the coroner in that, allowed in that crime scene?
No, ma'am.
I want to talk to you. You talked about gloves, and I know that when we watched that video, Deputy Lewis did not have gloves on
Correct.
when he first went to the house. I mean, y'all don't drive around in your patrol car with gloves on, right?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And so when you were on patrol, I mean, initially when you come out to a shooting call, what is your main goal at that point?
Irrespective of any type of call, our first priority when it comes to law enforcement is the preservation of life. If I leave today and God forbid come upon some scene or something like that where somebody is in dire need of emergency medical help, I'm not going back to get my gloves. Like you begin to administer first aid regardless of that, and then we'll deal with the consequences and repercussions after the fact. Like we have to be able to preserve life. That is our number one priority, and then everything else falls secondary and tertiary and so on and so forth to that.
I want to talk a little bit more in a minute about your processing of the scene, but I also want to talk about, I mean, when you arrived there, what did you learn? You said you later learned that Heath Smiley was the man on the front porch.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What was his condition?
He had sustained a single gunshot wound, I believe. So it would be his right and our left shoulder had a through and through gunshot wound to the left upper torso. I guess we can say it that way.
And what about was there someone else in the home when you went there?
There were no other living people inside the home whenever I got there. The body of Ashley Smiley was found in a room that was later determined to be controlled and normally occupied by Carly Madison Gregg.
In the course of your investigation, did you prepare a layout of the Smiley household?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
May I first turn? handed you a piece of paper. Could you take a look at that and tell me what that is?
So it's a very general non-scaled layout of the Smiley home, Smiley residence at 214 National Way.
And is this a document that you prepared?
Correct.
And what were you using this document for?
Essentially, we were using it for courtroom purposes. I mean, at the end of the day, like I know what the house looks like. You all don't know what the house looks like. You're not there. I can give you pictures of the best pictures in the world of a crime scene. But at the end of the day, if you can't look at it visually and kind of see how I move from room to room taking those photographs and essentially kind of see the layout of the home, whenever you're hearing 911 calls or you're hearing us talk about different things on the scene or you're hearing us discuss search warrants or something like that during the testimony phase, where you won't really be able to know where we are or where my mind is as I recollect that.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the layout that you prepared in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked as state's next exhibit. I believe it's 11.
Any objection? No objection. Be admitted as 11 all purposes.
Investigator Burnell, you talked about that you go through and your initial thing that you do on the scene, besides of course assessing where the two people are, is taking photographs, documenting that evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you documented the outside of the home.
Correct.
Did you also document any telephones in that house?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
So essentially when I finish taking my exterior pictures, move up to the threshold of the house, which I'm going to see if I can spin around a little bit. So essentially I'm finishing up. This is north. This is generally going to be east. That's generally west, and of course this is generally south. So we get to the threshold of the house and essentially start taking pictures in almost a 360 pattern. Okay, so we're going to take as many photographs overlapping each frame as we go, and until we cover all of this room. Go inside, close the door, and then grab the area that we couldn't get because the door is open, of course, and then we're going to photograph all of that too. And that's kind of systematically going through and trying to clear or document or photograph each room in the house.
I want to may I approach the intro? I handed you two photos.
Yes,
Could you identify, or could you look at those and tell me what's in those photographs?
So essentially your first shot as an investigator when you get on scene needs to be of the front of the house. We typically like to have the mailbox in it, or at least some markings on the front of the house. That way it's readily identifiable as, well, this was 214 Ashton Way, and not 215, 213, 221, or anything along those lines. I know that all these photographs are from 214 Ashton Way, from this photograph until the last one. So the next photograph, whenever we entered in through that threshold I told you about a second ago from the living room, there is a let's call it a small entertainment center. It's about knee high. It's wooden. It's about the same color as this banister in front of you all, and it essentially has two phones on it. So this black phone and this white phone. So the white phone was later determined to be the property of Ashley Smiley, and the black phone over here on the left was later determined to be the phone of belonging to Carly Madison Gregg.
Investigator Burnell, did those appear to be true and accurate copies of two of the photographs that you took on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
I would ask that these be moved into evidence as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection. Front of the house will be marked as 12. The other one will be marked as 13.
Coffee and Skeleton says, I don't think I've ever heard tertiary before. Well, then you must not have listened to my West Memphis 3 coverage, because I use that term frequently in that coverage because it has to do with fibers. It's all, yeah, I use the term frequently. To Dynamite, says, this was a sad case. I watched some of this trial. The family kept trying to get the charges dropped. You know, it is a sad case. It's a sad trial in general. I think that, knowing that Carly got a 40-year plea deal, while I think that her mom would not want her to spend the rest of her life in prison, I do think her mom would recognize the need for her to be punished. And I'm really shocked that, at least at this point, I haven't heard anything, that they didn't try a little harder to get her to hold on a second, to take the plea deal. Just because you don't want to roll the dice. Play it here. Just want to skip ahead a little bit. because none of the testimony that this investigator gives has come up in her appeal, and that's really the reason why we're watching this case over, is because first and foremost, her appellate attorney has raised an ineffective assistance of counsel appeal. Okay, and it's really more based on the sentencing phase than the trial itself, although there are some parts of the claim that pertain to the trial. But ineffective assistance of counsel claims are incredibly difficult appeals, very rarely successful. And so the fact that they raised that is interesting to me. And so I'm curious to see what they did or didn't do, because in order to be successful in a ineffective assistance of counsel claim, the appellant, in this case Carly Gregg, must prove, the burden is solely on her, that what her defense counsel did at the time of trial is something that no other attorney would ever think to do in a negative way. It's not like just out of the box thinking, right? It's more like it cannot even fall into like trial strategy. And that the term trial strategy, like in the context of appeals, from what I understand anyway, seems to be so broad that is what makes an ineffective assistance of counsel appeal issue so difficult and so very rarely successful. So yeah, Ginny, for real, don't roll the dice, right, Boone? 10 10 7 7. Coffee and Skeleton says, I always learn new things here at the Ward. I'm still going through in all caps, of your content, Miss Jen Lu. Your vocab is astounding. Thank you. I try. You know, Neat Noodle says they always raise ineffective assistance of counsel. That is standard appeals grounds, although it rarely works. It's always raised, and it won't work this time, in my opinion. I don't think it's going to work this time either. I think that what a much more effective and better appeal to raise would be the sentencing order. Because the argument is made by the justices during the questions they had is, was she actually sentenced to life without the possibility of parole? Is that what the judge wrote in his orders? I think that the fact that the sentence is unclear and that there's even argument over it, because the state is saying, hell yeah, he did. He meant life without the possibility of parole. The justices are saying, I'm not sure that's what he meant. I think that would have been a much better, although I think it might be part of their claim. But let's keep going. See what they're about to do.
Investigator Brunel, you talked about a video. I'm going to stand over here so that I can see.
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about a video from inside the Smiley house that you've seen from March the 19th, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to view, there were multiple videos from the time that Ashley Smiley and Carly got home until the video stopped. Is that right?
That's correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review each and every one of those?
Yes, ma'am. During the initial recovery, we watched a lot of them. Yes, ma'am. Because essentially they're not time stamped or anything. They're put into a folder, and so we had to go through the folders systematically to try and watch the videos and find the timestamps and figure out kind of what was going on in the actual scene itself, to figure out kind of where we needed to be and which videos were of evidentiary value.
When you view the videos, is there an actual timestamp on the video?
Correct. It's in the bottom right hand corner. Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, did you watch all of the videos from when Carly Gregg and Ashley Smiley walk into the house until the video camera shuts off?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
May we break, John?
Okay, so I want to clarify this, but I have a nuggie. So as soon as I'm done with the nuggie, I'll talk about this ineffective assistance of counsel appeal.
Ordered to be the video from the kitchen will be admitted all purposes by stipulation without objection as S46. Let me bring it, mark it.
Permission to publish this to the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Camp, counsel for the defendant wants to go over there. They can't see. Oh, you have a screen. Okay, I apologize.
Okay, I just want to talk about an ineffective assistance of counsel appeal and how often they are raised. All right. So okay. Ineffective assistance of counsel is rarely raised on direct appeal. In fact, it is usually advised against raising it during this initial phase. The appeal process limits your arguments to the exact transcript and evidence already in the trial record. Because many attorney errors like failing to investigate, missing a witness, or offering bad advice happen outside the courtroom, they are missing from this record. Instead, ineffective assistance of counsel claims are most commonly pursued through post-conviction relief / habeas corpus, the primary method for proving ineffective assistance of counsel. It allows defendants to introduce new, outside the record evidence like affidavits, emails, or expert testimonies to show their attorney's performance was deficient and harmed the case. Direct appeal under specific circumstances. An ineffective assistance of counsel claim is only raised on direct appeal if the error is completely obvious from the trial transcript alone, e.g., the attorney literally fell asleep during the trial, or if the defendant has already brought the issue to the trial judge's attention. So that's why this is interesting. Yes, ineffective assistance of counsel claims are raised during appeals, but, and I just wanted to check sources before I made this comment, but they're usually not raised on a direct appeal. And in a direct appeal, and let me just give you what a what the definition of a direct appeal is. What is, hold on. Oop. If I could spell. A direct appeal is the first level challenge immediately following a court conviction where an appellate court reviews the trial record for legal or procedural errors. It is your automatic legal right aiming to prove mistakes were made that denied you a fair trial. They're not raised during this part of the appellate process. They're saved for a different type of appeals. And so the fact that they raised it during this part of the appellate process, that's why we're watching the trial, because it happened during the trial. It's on the transcript of the trial, since the judges only deal with, I shouldn't say the justices, the judges are only dealing with what they can see from the actual trial transcript. Okay. Now I'm going to rewind this because I want to see this in real time, not sped up, because that makes a difference. Behavior makes a difference when it's sped up. You can be doing things that look like, you're going real fast, but you're not actually going fast. It's the video sped up to 1.5 times speed. So we're going to watch it at regular speed. All right, here we go. Just, y'all don't worry. This is not going to be a video that we watch repeatedly, okay? I'm not going to do that to y'all. It's not going to be like the garage video. We're going to watch it one time. Whatever happens, happens. Whatever we catch, we catch. I'm not going to repeat it for you. It's too hard. I don't want to do that to you guys. If I have questions and I need to watch it over, I'll watch it over outside of the chat's presence, okay? I promise. I will say I find it interesting who's playing this video, because it's not the state. The defense is playing it. I think. Let me just check. Let me just make sure. Maybe not. Maybe it is the state. Hold on. I guess we'll wait and see. Since I skipped forward, I missed if they changed, past the witness. I think this might be the state, though. All right. And just so I'm clear, obviously the living room and the kitchen are in the middle of the house. The master bedroom is this way, and Carly's bedroom is the opposite way, right? Is that how y'all understood the layout from the testimony? I think that Heath's testimony was yes, that Ashley was in Carly's room. Well, we'll know for sure when they play the part of the clip with the gunshot where she comes, which side of the living room she comes from. We'll know for sure. Okay, all right, so it is backwards. I had it wrong. Okay, so let me go over here. You can't see it from this way. So this direction is the master bedroom. This direction, let me move it up here, is Carly's bedroom. Okay, so I had it backwards. That makes sense because now we just saw her go and get the firearm, keeping it behind her back, go this way towards her bedroom where her mother is. If I'm not mistaken, I think that the testimony was that Carly's mom, Ashley, had spoken to another student, a friend of Carly's, and I think she was going through her room looking for weed pens. I know I feel bad for the dogs too. I feel bad for the mom mostly, but also the dogs. Because they look confused. Especially the blonder one. The blonder one is like, get me the hell out of here. Open that door, kid. Open that door. Oh, those babies. Her poor mom. And I think another reason why people are kind of confused about Heath is that the demeanor that he's describing that came from Carly is the antithesis of what we're seeing right now. And I think that's why people are like, wait, what? It was just another noise. It sounded like a bang, something falling. But I don't think it was another shot. So if I'm not mistaken, she fired the gun 3 times at her mom and then once at the stepdad. but she's carrying that firearm with her. Because she had put it, when she grabbed the phone, she had put it on that, on the counter behind her. I could be wrong. It could have been another shot, but I promised you guys I was not going to replay it. We're hearing it once, one and done. So I'm guessing, Grateful, that the phone on the counter was... That's where I'm at. Whose phone is that? Is that Ashley's phone or is that Carly's phone? Nate says, I actually don't believe him when he said he had never seen Carly upset or angry. He had been in her life 3 years. She was a teenager. That would be impossible not to see her lose it in 3 years. Yes, Grateful. She's telling the dogs to get out because they're trying to go and check on Ashley. Uh-oh, cannot play this file. What? Uh-oh, what happened?
Return the exhibit to the court reporter, please. You can stand down, but you're still under subpoena. You don't need to discuss your testimony with anyone. Yes, sir.
All right, so that was redirect. The state was playing it.
As exiting the rooms, do any of the jurors need a restroom break before we have further witnesses?
Let's see what's left.
All right. State may call its next witness.
State Health Investigator Zachary.
Oh dear.
Do that before you did it?
No, sir. He wasn't a suspect at the time.
Hold on, let me rewind this a little bit.
Everything to see if there was.
What is the problem with the audit? With the... Why can't Jen
Did you
skip?
have the opportunity to be called out to 314 Ashton Way?
Sheesh.
214, actually.
214.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
And where is that?
It's over there in Farmington Station, over there off of Farmington Boulevard, out in Brandon, Mississippi.
All right, let's just take a moment. Like, I can't just skip through that video and just be like, okay, on to the next. Let's just take a moment to actually talk. I'm not going to replay it, about what we saw and what we didn't see in that video. I think the thing that stood out the most to me in that video is, quite honestly, how cool, calm, and collected Carly was. I didn't see anybody moving fast. I didn't see anybody who looked frantic, wide and wild-eyed. I didn't see any of that, which I'm just going to say what my initial impressions are. Begs the question, was that an act for her stepfather? Did she never actually intend to kill him? Did she recognize that in order for her plan to be, was it part of her plan to fire at him all wild, screaming and seeming like she was going through some type of psychotic episode, because she was going to need a witness to testify that she was looking crazy, right? I mean, it's unsettling, isn't it? It's so unsettling. It makes you wonder. And that's where I'm at. I am wondering right now if this was part of it, part of the plan. She needed a witness who saw her crazy. And that's why she did not hit her stepfather. She didn't even aim for any place lethal.
And what was your reason for going out to that location?
The sheriff's department received a call from a male that had stated that he had been shot by his stepdaughter and that his wife was found deceased inside the residence.
And what was your role when you arrived on the scene at that location?
When we initially got there, I, along with other parties on scene, made sure the residence was safe. Other investigators had made it on scene prior to my arrival and began taking pictures. While I was on scene, it was noted that a friend of the suspect or the defendant had been located in the area. I went outside and interviewed him whenever he was outside the residence.
And we heard from testimony from him yesterday. What, if anything, did you do after you spoke to the male friend that came that day?
His mother was there, explained to her that we would need his phone in order to make a forensic copy of the phone, due to him admitting that he had communicated with the defendant through his cellular device. Around the time that he was being interviewed, and I'm not sure the exact time, but it was informed that Ms. Gregg was taken into custody. At that time, it was verified where to take her, whether or not the jail or to the youth detention center due to her age. It was decided to take her to the youth detention center out in Pelahatchie.
While on the scene, did you have interaction with Ms. Gregg?
If I did, it was very brief. I don't recall.
Did you have an opportunity at the sheriff's department to do any sort of testing on Ms. Gregg?
I did not. One of the other investigators, whenever she was arrested at the scene, was able to test her for gunshot residue and did initial photographs of her person.
Did anybody take any buccal swabs of Ms. Gregg?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of when that happened?
It was approximately a week later. I obtained a search warrant for buccal swabs.
Yes, ma'am.
I've handed you one envelope. What do you recognize that to be?
It says it's a buccal swab of her left cheek and a buccal swab of Ms. Gregg's right cheek.
And those are both of Carly Gregg, the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Do those appear to be altered in any way?
No, ma'am. Other than they were taken to the crime lab.
If you would you turn them over? Are your initials on those?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean?
That I sealed it on that specific date.
Now we'd ask that these be marked as state's next exhibits.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor. All right, mark the left cheek as S47. And mark the right cheek as S48.
Investigator Cotton, excuse me. Did you also close and seal evidence of swabs taken from the firearm used to kill Miss Smiley?
That was not me. I believe that was Investigator Brunel did that.
May I approach witness, Your Honor? I'm handing you two envelopes. If you could take a look at those, both front and back. What are those two envelopes?
This one says it's a swab taken off of the trigger of the firearm, and this other one says it's a swab from the hammer of the revolver.
And do those both bear your initials as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Indicating that you do know what those are?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that taken from the hammer and the trigger of the weapon used in this crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor. S49 will be the swab of the hammer. S50 will be the swab of the trigger.
Investigator Cotton, we've heard from two other officers, a deputy and investigator that were involved in this case, and so I certainly don't want to rehash what they've talked about. We've gotten, I think, through the point where in the investigation where the crime scene was cleaned up, the victim was taken out of the home, both the living and the deceased victim. At some point, did you have the opportunity to observe an autopsy on Ashley Smiley?
Yes, ma'am. It was approximately a week later. I believe it was on March 26th at the Mississippi Crime Lab.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm handing you what's previously been marked as 41 and 42 for ID. If you could take a
These are both projectiles that were recovered from the body of Ashley Smiley. one of which was recovered from her brain and the other which was recovered from the back of her neck.
And were you present when the autopsy was performed and those projectiles were removed?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you also seal that evidence?
I believe the crime lab sealed that one due to them being the one that actually recovered the projectiles.
But you were present when they were recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
We'd ask that those be marked as an exhibit rather than ID at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection. They'll be admitted all purposes. Please hand them back to the court reporter. They mark 41 and 42 all purposes. All right, you may proceed.
Attendant Wickstern.
Cross it.
Investigator Cotton, who all did you witness, or who all did you, I guess, interview in this case?
One of the parties that was interviewed was the friend that was over at the residence at the time Mr. Smiley was shot.
And her initials would be the BW, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then as well as the friend that was outside the residence that was located, whose initials are BG.
Okay.
I also spoke with the parents of some of the other juveniles that Ms. Gregg had attempted to contact on the date that this incident occurred, as well as Mr. Smiley.
Okay. And when you, I guess, you were at this, you originally were the investigator who got the, I guess, a little SD drive, SD card, would that be correct?
The one that he provided to us went with the initial garage footage?
Yes.
Is that one? Yes, sir.
Okay, so, and you were at the scene that night, when this takes place on the 19th?
Yes, sir. I went to the residence for a short period of time.
And you helped with the investigation, and you're the lead investigator?
Yes, sir. Investigator Burnell helped me with it.
Okay. And so you gathered all the evidence and information that you could on the 19th?
Investigator Burnell did. I wasn't there for the processing of the scene. I had left to go back to the office.
Okay. And then what did you do when you got back to the office?
We have a drying chamber up there that we can secure clothes and other evidence in there that may either be saturated in blood or just water in general. Miss Gregg's clothes, whenever she was booked in, were brought up there and placed in this drying chamber to dry out.
Now, you're the person, I guess, who's in charge of gathering all the evidence for this case. Would that be correct?
I assisted with it. I had other investigators assist me with it as well.
Okay, but you're the main guy on this case, so everything sort of comes to you. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. Eventually, it would come back to me.
Okay, and so you see all the videos, you know everything that's out there concerning this case, right?
I would believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, I know at some point there's a video with I guess a deputy Stack.
Oh, Shack.
I'm sorry, Shack. Are you aware of that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does Carly ask to see her mother on that video, doesn't she?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, I guess you interviewed Heath, is that correct?
Yes, sir, at a later date, not on the date that the incident occurred.
Okay. When you interview Heath, and this is, I guess, it's a couple days after, is that correct?
I think it was approximately a week and a half. It was the very beginning of April.
Okay. And he comes and sits down, and had you gotten the SD card at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, because I noticed it said that you and it was you, his attorney, and himself, and he had gotten an attorney based upon whatever happens with this SD card, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you're asking him, sort of why this happens, or why this happened, because this was not normal for, somebody just walk up and shoot their mother, correct? Especially if there's not a sort of a history or something, correct?
I may have. I don't remember the specific question, but I may have an interview.
Okay. And it's at that time where, and Heath doesn't really know, correct?
Correct.
And so the next thing that happens is y'all start talking about, she was in treatment and they had switched her medication. And I don't think he could tell you what it was, but you just had a general conversation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that was the first time you learned that there may be psychological issues in this case. Now, we had just seen, there's a video, and I think it's a video you've been questioned about before, and it was, I guess it's the video, it's the camera that was found, not the little SD card, but the camera that was found in the refrigerator. You know what we're talking about with that camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you've been questioned about it, and you said you can't tell what Miss Smiley, what room she's in, correct?
You talking about Miss Ashley Smiley?
Yes, Ashley Smiley, you do not know what room she's in.
No, so I can't say for certain which room she's in.
Yeah. And you can't tell anything that she was carrying or not carrying or anything. You were never able to identify it.
It's kind of the distance. It's not really discernible what exactly it is. She just had stuff in her hands at some points.
And I think your testimony would be from before is that you didn't see them fighting or doing anything that was out of the ordinary before this incident happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you checked with did you check with her friends at school and everything to see if there was anything there that had caused problems?
I spoke with the BW and BG. I know BG had mentioned that he had told Miss Smiley prior to them leaving school that day that he had informed her of a phone that she wasn't supposed to have because, to my understanding, she was in trouble already and had her actual phone taken away, and had told her about what he called weed pens that she had been using, and he said that he had told Miss Smiley that prior to her leaving school and going home with Miss Gregg.
And I think he also had told you he didn't see anyone like Miss Smiley mad or anything like that when he left Miss Smiley, correct?
I believe so.
Now, I just a couple of questions. I just wondered. Okay, BG he's a minor, correct? He's already testified.
Yes.
Okay, and you questioned him at the scene and also at the police station, or just at the
No,
scene?
sir, just at the scene.
Okay, and did you get his parents' permission to do that before you did it?
No, sir, he wasn't a suspect at the time, and his mother, right when I began speaking with him, actually walked up. I believe he'd already called her.
Okay, at some point had y'all told him, and he had communicated to his mother that y'all were just taking him home?
Objection or call for speculation.
Overruled as to what he told me.
Yeah. Did you tell BG that y'all were just going to take him home?
I do not recall. I don't remember saying that to him. I'm not sure if other deputies did.
May I beg the court's indulgence for a moment, Your Honor? And I just want to be clear. I think you've already, it's sort of going back to that camera.
No, Coffee and Skeleton says, yeah, I remember the kid running after Carly. Yeah. But I thought that the testimony was that Carly called multiple, but only one came over. Only one went into the house, and that kid went out into the backyard. But now I'm very confused. I'm gonna have to go back and listen again.
You had said, I think you've already said that you couldn't tell if Ashley Smiley had been cleaning out a drawer like in the other room or something like that. You had no idea what she was doing, correct?
No, sir. She just appeared to be going over to that side of the residence where Miss Gregg's room was and then coming out with items in her hand.
Okay, no further questions.
Redirect examination.
Mayor Partner. Mr. Gregg Cotton, I'm handing you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 36 and 37. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's depicted in that photograph on the floor, deceased?
Ashley Smiley.
And whose room was that, did you determine during the course of your investigation?
It was Carly Gregg's room.
And in the course of your investigation, were there also other signs that the shooting had occurred in that bedroom?
Yes, ma'am. I believe there was some blood spatter on the television that was in the room that was mounted on the wall, as well as there was a defect in the wall where one of the projectiles had gone.
Was there any evidence that any crime had occurred in the guest bedroom?
No, ma'am. Not that we found.
Based on your investigation, the murder of Ashley Smiley occurred in what bedroom?
In Miss Gregg's bedroom.
And who murdered her?
Miss Gregg.
And based off your investigation, who attempted to murder Heath Smiley?
Miss Gregg.
And based off your investigation, and we watched the video just a few moments ago, who's the last person that was alive in the house when the camera goes out?
Miss Gregg was.
Is it your understanding that she's the one that removed the camera?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Those witnesses be found excused will say.
So does recall, Your Honor.
You're free to stand down. She must leave the courtroom, and you must not discuss your testimony with anyone else. Okay? Free to step down. While he exits, Mr. Davis, would you hand the exhibits to the court reporter? State may call its next witness.
The state calls David Whitehead.
David Whitehead. While he's entering, do you wish to go ahead and grab the exhibits that you're going to need?
Yes, sir.
I don't think you missed it. I think I did, Coffee and Skeletons. I think that there were a total of, when I say 2 kids, I should have been more clear. I think there were a total of 3 juveniles, including Carly. But I was under the impression that she only called, that while she called multiple kids, only one of them showed up. But it sounds like 2 did.
Ladies and gentlemen.
David Whitehead.
And David, where are you currently employed?
And I would like one of the children that was there, the one that was in the backyard, the one that you can see on the camera fleeing the scene, after Carly, right, is the same child who reported to Ashley's mother about the weed vape pens, which now has me calling into question all the things. Why did she call that child over?
Employed at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory in Pearl, Mississippi.
And you're our first witness from the crime lab today, the forensics laboratory. So could you explain for the ladies and gentlemen what you guys do over there?
We provide forensic examinations to 8 law enforcement agencies in the state of Mississippi.
And what is your position at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I'm a forensic scientist as well as the section chief of the trace evidence section, the supervisor.
I don't know, Coffee and Skeletons. I don't know if she planned to do something to that child or something far more sinister in my estimation to show that kid what he had caused.
And what exactly does a section chief of trace evidence do?
We do items of trace evidence, gunshot residue, hair fibers, paints, glass, fire debris. We have probably $1.5 million worth of analytical equipment, as well as I'm the supervisor of that section responsible for the technical aspects of the trace evidence section.
And how long have you been employed there with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
I've been with the laboratory since January of '94, so a little over 30 years.
Do you have any previous experience testifying as a forensic scientist and with a subspecialty of trace evidence?
Yes, ma'am. I've testified probably north of 400 times in circuit court in Mississippi, circuit court in Louisiana, as well as federal court in the state of Mississippi. As a matter of fact, I've testified here on several occasions.
And if you could give the ladies and gentlemen just a kind of background on what education you have and kind of how you got to be in this role.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll be skipping over the getting to know you portion of the date. We don't need to hear that. All these people are very, very smart. Let's just skip to the meat and potatoes, if you will. All right, hold on.
I just completed a GSR proficiency test.
Mr. Whitehead, did you have the opportunity to work on Mississippi Crime Lab case number 24003-524?
I did.
And who was the suspect in that case?
The suspect was listed as being a Carly Gregg.
And the work and the testing that you did on that case, was that also reviewed by anyone else?
It was. All of our casework is reviewed by a second examiner, and that particular examiner in this case was Jacob Birchfield.
And did he agree with the results of your findings?
He did.
What evidence did you review did you receive in order to do your testing?
I received a gunshot residue evidence collection kit labeled as coming from Carly Gregg.
Permission to approach witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I've handed you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 43. Have you seen that item before?
I have. This is a gunshot residue evidence collection kit. I can identify it by the crime lab case number, submission number on the barcode that was placed there by an evidence tech when it was received into the laboratory. I can also identify it by the green evidence seal that I placed after the analysis was complete with my initials and date across that seal.
And being that that is still sealed, does that appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you closed it?
It does.
And for what purpose did you review that piece of evidence?
This item of evidence was analyzed for the presence of gunshot residue.
And did you perform that testing to see if there was gunshot residue present? Did you prepare a report with your findings in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach witness, Your Honor? Is that an accurate copy of your report?
Yes, ma'am. This is a copy of the certified report that I issued in this particular case.
And that contains your findings?
It does.
And it bears your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd ask that this be marked as the state's next exhibit.
No objection. S51, all purposes.
If you would, Mr. Whitehead, if you could explain, I know you talked about what gunshot residue is and that you tested that particular kit. If you could just walk us through the testing on this particular item and what your findings were.
Yes, ma'am. This particular kit contained 2 adhesive tape lifts labeled right hand and left hand. The adhesive tape lifts, the idea is if there's any residue on the surface of a person's hands, it will be picked up by the adhesive tape lift. Those samples were then placed into the scanning electron microscope and analyzed for the presence of gunshot residue, and I reported out the results of that analysis.
And what were the results in this case?
Particles of gunshot residue were positively identified on the right hand, labeled as coming from Carly Gregg's, and the left hand, labeled as coming from Carly Gregg's.
And based on your training and experience, is the results rendered reliable?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Any questions of this witness, Your Honor?
All right, may this witness be finally excused by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go, Ms. Wilson. State may call its next witness.
State calls Nathan Hawley.
Nathan Pollock. I do. Have a seat. Just yourself off the microphone. You don't have to speak directly in the microphone. She needs to speak so that gentleman on the back row can hear you. Okay? Yes, sir. You understand that you're now under oath and your answers to be sworn answers on the penalty of perjury? Yes, sir. All right, you may proceed.
Your Honor, just going to practice what he said. It's clear, of course. If you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Sure. My name is Nathan Hawley. The last name is Holly.
And Nathan, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory in Pearl, Mississippi.
Nathan, what do you do there at the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
So I'm a forensic biologist specializing in DNA analysis.
And does that require any type of specialized training?
Training that I have is from the Forensics Laboratory.
What about your educational background? Could you tell us what that is?
Sure. I have a bachelor's in biology with a minor in chemistry from the University of Southern Mississippi.
And how long have you been employed? I'm sorry, you might have already said, how long have you been employed with the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
17 years next month.
And have you been doing DNA evidence and testing that entire time?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any prior experience testifying as a forensic scientist specializing in DNA evidence?
Yes, I do.
How many times would you estimate that you've been certified as an expert?
Approximately 27.
Your Honor, at this point, we would tender the expert, this witness is an expert in forensic science and DNA analysis.
Any objection? All right, he'll be admitted without objection as an expert, as a forensic scientist, as an expert in the area of forensic science, particularly DNA analysis. You may proceed.
Mr. Hawley, if you could tell us, for those of us that are not science people, what DNA is.
Sure. So DNA first stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's a molecule that's found within the cells of the human body. And what DNA does is it tells the body how to build cells and also how to function and work those cells properly. A person gets their DNA half from their mom and half from their dad, and it's that combination of those two separate DNAs that gives everybody, except for identical twins, a unique DNA profile.
And when you do DNA testing, what are we talking about? What's done with our DNA?
Sure. So with the DNA testing, I'm looking at certain locations on that DNA molecule, and there are forensic tests that can determine what a person's DNA looks like at those locations. And I basically take items of evidence and I do the DNA process on those, and then I take reference samples or known samples, and then I compare those two DNA profiles to determine whether or not that person's DNA is there.
And a known sample would be like if a swab was taken from my mouth, we would know that that was my sample. Is that
Right, right. It's a known or reference.
And then an unknown sample would be something that you would collect or that law enforcement would collect on a piece of evidence and send that to you.
That's correct.
We just heard from Mr. Whitehead that the entire forensics laboratory, of course, is accredited. Is the DNA section of the laboratory also, does that fall under the accreditation?
Yes, it does.
And do you follow proper protocol there?
Yes, we do.
Have you personally provided or undergone any proficiency testing?
Yes.
If you could explain that to the ladies and gentlemen.
So for DNA, we're proficiency tested twice a year, and it's from an outside company. And basically, it is for us to demonstrate that we are capable to do the DNA process or our job. And so there's a correct answer for that, and they double check us on that.
And your proficiency is up to date?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to work on a case that's Mississippi Forensics Laboratory case number 24-003524?
Your Honor, may I refer my notes? Yes, I did.
May I perhaps, in performing that work, did you actually did you render a report?
Yes, I did.
May I perhaps switch on?
Your Honor, we're not going to have an objection to the document.
I'll go ahead and ask that you mark this in the statement exhibit.
Without objection, will be marked S52.
Mr. Holly, before you can do any testing there at the crime lab, you have to receive certain pieces of evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? These all out in front of you. I'm handing you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 47, 48, 49, and 50. If you could, starting with number 47, tell me what that is and how you know what that is.
So this is a, let's see, it is a buccal swab of Carly Gregg's left cheek, and it is, I can identify it from the crime lab barcode, which has the case number and submission number on it.
And did you, is there also a buccal swab of her right cheek?
Yes,
And did you rely on that evidence in your testing in this case?
I did.
I also handed you another item, looks like 2 additional swabs. Could you tell us what those were from?
So one is a swab from a hammer of a Taurus revolver, and once again I can identify it by the crime lab barcode that has a case number, submission number, as well as the evidence tape with my date and initial on it. And then the other one is a swab taken off of a trigger of the firearm.
In performing DNA testing, do you actually have to, well, can you describe for us, like you take an extract from something?
Yes. So the DNA process starts with extraction, and what I'm doing during the extraction is I'm actually removing the cells off of whatever substrate they're on, whether it's a swab or a cutting, and I'm lysing open that cell and getting rid of all the other cellular components except for the DNA. So the only thing that I'm left with is that isolated DNA.
Did you do that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize the item that I just handed you?
Yes.
And what are those?
So these would be the DNA extracts from my extractions on the items of evidence.
And there's 4 total, but I just want to talk about, is there one for the swab from the trigger and then one from the swab of the hammer of a firearm?
Yes, there are.
Your Honor, we'd ask that that be marked as State's next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, we'll do, and the trigger extract to the court order, that'll be S53. Are both extracts in the same on the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then just mark.
Hey, just so you guys know, I got some breaking news I want to tell you about. We're almost done with this, and as soon as this is over, I'll tell you.
One on the left, S53. Is there a second?
So, don't nobody go nowhere. Yeah, that's why I was confused, Kimberly. Like,
Holly, the report that you prepared, did someone else?
I knew that she called multiple kids, but I was under the impression from the opening statements that only one of those kids showed up. So now I'm like, what?
That work that you had done?
Yes, I did.
And did they agree with your findings?
Yes, I did.
And if you could tell us about the 2 items, I think I misspoke earlier in this case when I said that there was a DNA match on the hammer. Could you tell us what your findings were with regards to the hammer, the swab from the hammer on the Taurus gun?
Due to an insufficient amount of genetic information, no comparable results were obtained for the swab from hammer.
What about for the trigger of the Taurus firearm?
The DNA test results for the swab from trigger produced a partial profile, which is consistent with a reference sample of the suspect. Therefore, Carly Gregg is not excluded as a possible DNA donor to this sample. Ashley Smiley is excluded as a possible DNA donor to this sample.
So explain that because...
Well, thank you. Grateful that sent a super chat. Thank you so much. Wow, going on 4 hours. Is it weird? I appreciate this type of background listening. I can come comment if I want or just listen. Love it. Happy Friday. Thank you for the laughs and covering this. You're welcome, babe. Thanks for being here. I'm glad you're here because I know you watched this trial first hand when it happened. How many kids showed up to that residence after Carly shot her mother? Do you know? Because we are very confused.
You know, when I first read one of these reports, I was like, what does that mean, not excluded? In layman's term, I'd say that's them. But in scientific terms, you have to say that they can't be ruled out, right?
Right. So in this case, the DNA that is there, it does match to Carly Gregg's DNA.
Is there a quantification? Do you put a certain number, like one in so many people, that DNA belongs to?
So anytime there is a match made, we do give a status statement, and I can read that one and then explain to you. For the 8 markers compared, the genetic profile for the DNA donor of the swab from Trigger occurs with a frequency of approximately 1 in greater than 10 billion random unrelated persons of the Caucasian, African American, and the Hispanic population. And so that stat is supposed to give weight to how common or how rare you would expect that profile. And in this case, it would be a rare profile.
And as I understand it, the 1 in 10 billion is actually just the forensic laboratory's cutoff. You got to stop it at a certain point.
That's right. Once the numbers get so big, it's hard to understand. We usually cap it at above the world population, which is, last time I checked, around 8 billion. So we cap it at 10 billion.
And to be clear, your report excludes Ashley Smiley as a DNA donor on the Trigger gun.
That's correct.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Ryan.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
Okay, so Grateful said one kid showed, as far as I know, and I'm confused which friend was running after her. The only thing that I know is that BG is the kid in the video that we saw running after her. And BG is the same kid who also told her mom, Ashley, about the weed pens.
May this witness be finally released by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense?
Yes, sir.
You're free to go. Please leave your exhibits up there. State may call its next witness.
The state calls Felicia McIntyre.
That's what I thought, but they mentioned 2 kids. Grateful. They mentioned the initials BG, who's already testified, and BW. And that's why I was confused. And perhaps it's just due to the way that the question was asked. Perhaps. No, because I'm going to go back and re-listen. Not now.
Just yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to speak directly in the microphone. Speak to the gentleman on the back row here. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you're under oath? Your answers to sworn answers subject to penalty of perjury.
I do.
Statement begins questioning.
Ms. McIntyre, if you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Miss Felicia McIntyre, first name F-E-L-I-C-I-A, last name M-C-I-N-T-I-R-E.
And where are you employed?
I believe the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory.
And what are your duties there? Or sorry, what is your position there at Mississippi Forensics Laboratory?
All right, we don't need to watch this part because it's the who fired that firearm is not in question. It is related to it here. It comes at this point. Okay. So I'm going to replay this, but I'm going to replay it slower so we can understand more clearly what he's asking and what the answer is. Hang on just a sec. Let me hear it.
When with the initial garage footage.
Yes.
Is that one? Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and you were at the scene that night.
Might be before this.
Did you have the opportunity to be called out to 314 Ashton Way?
214, actually.
214.
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that?
It's over there in Farmington Station, over there off of Farmington Boulevard, out in Brandon, Mississippi.
And what was your reason for going out to that location?
The sheriff's department received a call from a male that had stated that he had been shot by a stepdaughter and that his wife was found deceased inside the residence.
And what was your role when you arrived on the scene at that location?
When we initially got there, I, along with other parties on scene, made sure the residence was safe. Other investigators had made it on scene. Prosecutor was the friend that was over.
Here we go. It's right here.
Was
all right, here we go. Sorry, I had to find it. Sorry about that. Okay.
Investigator Cotton, who all did you witness, or who all did you, I guess, interview in this case?
One of the parties that was interviewed was the friend that was over at the residence at the time Mr. Smiley was shot.
And her initials would be the BW, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then as well as the friend that was outside the residence that was located, whose initials are BG.
Okay.
I also spoke with parents of some of the other juveniles that Miss.
Okay, so the girl is the one that was called and went over. Listen to that again. Okay, that's BW. BW is the one who was over at the residence at the time Mr. Smiley was shot.
Mr. Smiley was shot.
And her initials would be the BW, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then as well as the friend that was outside the residence that was located, whose initials are BG.
Okay.
So then there was a friend outside the residence. Is that the one who chased her, who followed her out of the backyard? That's what I'm confused about.
I also spoke with parents of some of the other juveniles that Miss Gregg had attempted to contact on the date that this incident occurred, as well as Mr. Smiley.
Okay. And when you I guess, you were at this, you originally were the investigator who got the, I guess, a little SD drive, with that SD card, would that be correct?
The one that he provided to us went with the initial garage footage.
Yes.
Is that one? Yes, sir.
Okay, so, and you were at the scene that night, when this takes place on the 19th?
Yes, sir. I went to the residence for a short period of time.
And you helped with the investigation, and you're the lead investigator?
Yes, sir. Investigator Burnell helped me with it.
Okay. And so you gathered all the evidence and information that you could on the 19th.
Investigator Burnell did. I wasn't there for the processing of the scene. I had left to go back to the office.
Okay. And then what did you do when you got back to the office?
We have a drying chamber up there that we can put in. We're brought up there.
Yeah.
Would that be correct?
So
you're the main guy on this.
Right.
Okay. And so you see all the videos?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know at some point there's a video with I guess a deputy Stack.
Oh, Shack?
Shack, I'm sorry, Shack. Are you aware of that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does Carly ask to see her mother on that video, doesn't she?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, I guess you interviewed Heath, is that correct?
Yes, sir, at a later date.
You interview Heath. And then
beginning of April.
Card by that at that time?
Yes, sir.
You and his, and it was you, his attorney, D card, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why this happens? I mean, somebody just
I may have. I don't remember the specific question.
Time where and Heath doesn't really know. Talking about she was in treatment and conversation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so that was the first case.
That's about Heath.
Now, we had just seen, there was a video, and I think it's a video you've been questioned about before, and it was a camera that was found in the refrigerator.
Right.
You know what we're talking about. Okay. And I think you've been questioned about it, and you said you can't tell what Miss Smiley, what room she's in, correct?
You talking about Miss Ashley Smiley?
Yes, Ashley Smiley. Yes. You do not know what room she's in.
No, sir. I can't say for certain which room she's in.
Yeah. And you can't tell anything that she was carrying or not carrying or anything.
Well, what exactly it is, she just had stuff in her hands at some points.
And I think your testimony would be from before is that you didn't see them fighting or doing anything.
Yeah,
yes,
we
sir.
got that part.
And I think you checked with did you check with her friends at school and everything to see if there was anything
Here we
did
go.
you check with her friends at school and everything to see if there was anything there that had caused problems?
I spoke with the BW and BG. I know BG had mentioned that he had told Miss Smiley prior to them leaving school that day that he had informed her of a phone that she wasn't supposed to have because, to my understanding, she was in trouble already and had her actual phone taken away, and had told her about what he called weed pens that she had been using, and he said that he had told Miss Smiley that prior to her leaving school and going home with Miss Gregg.
And I think he also had told you he didn't see anyone like Miss Smiley mad or anything like that when he left Miss Smiley, correct?
I believe so.
All right. So now see, I'm so confused about, I know she called several kids, but the person that jumped that fence looked like, to me, I don't know. Okay. So now we're good. I'll figure this out. Don't y'all worry. All right. Now on to breaking news. Remember little Emmanuel Haro? You know how his dad had already pled guilty? Well, his mother, Rebecca, was due in court today for a preliminary hearing. And a preliminary hearing did not happen. In fact, hold on. She pled guilty. Here we go. Y'all want to hear about that? Let's hear about that.
Yeah, Roxy, Sandra, we just got a major update in this case. We had originally been anticipating a judge to make a decision if there was enough evidence to send Rebecca Haro to stand trial, but we've just learned from inside the courtroom, I just stepped out a minute ago, that she has or is in the process of accepting a plea deal, and in exchange, the second-degree murder charge will be dropped. So let's go to the video here. You can see her in court. This was the last time she made an appearance last month. 42-year-old Rebecca Haro. She is back this morning, and under this deal, Haro pleaded to 1 count of child endangerment, 1 count of involuntary manslaughter, and 1 count of being an accessory after the fact. Now, those charges carry a possible sentence of 12 years and 8 months in state prison. By accepting the agreement, Haro gave up her right to have a jury decide the case and will instead be sentenced by the court at a later date. Now, prosecutors say she helped her husband, Jake Haro, cover up the baby's death, and this case drew national attention last August after baby Emmanuel was reported missing and a massive search effort got underway. Investigators soon after said her story didn't add up. She claimed a stranger abducted the baby while she was changing his diaper outside a Big Five store in Yucaipa, and 8 days later she was arrested along with her husband at their Cabazon home. And Jake Haro later pleaded guilty, this was back in October, to second-degree murder and child assault, and he is now serving 32 years to life. So prosecutors now argue that Rebecca Haro knew or suspected that her son was being abused and did not intervene. Emmanuel's body has not been recovered to this date. Again, that plea agreement canceling out the second-degree murder charge, and they are in the process of finalizing it right now in the courtroom as we speak. So I'm going to head back up, and I'll give you another update at the top of the next hour. For now, in Riverside, Sandra and Roxia, back to you.
All right, Marius. All right, so let me see if there's been another update, because I feel like, no, they still haven't found his body, Neat. So I feel like, how are you going to give these fuckers a plea, right? And how are you going to give these fuckers a plea deal that doesn't include finding that telling where his body is? Let's see. Give me a second, you guys. Yeah, this is still more. So she's got, let's say, a California mother has been sentenced to more than 12 years in prison after pleading guilty to child endangerment and other charges related to the death of her 7-month-old son. Which we all heard. Still not been found. They have, no, it's like they didn't talk about. Here we go. Here's what the DA says. Let's watch what the DA has to say. All right, hold on. Because I can't imagine why this is the DA is going to speak, so. Wrong one.
The mother of missing baby who was declared dead has pleaded guilty in his death investigation. Let's get to Mario right now, live in Riverside with the latest information. Mario.
Hi, Roxy. Riverside County prosecutors say the big question remains, where is Emmanuel Haro? He was reported missing last August, and we learned his mother, Rebecca Haro, entered a plea agreement this morning, and she has now been sentenced to 12 years and 8 months in state prison. Now, take a look. This video, new video showing her in court as she was pleading guilty to multiple charges. She was in a blue jumpsuit, visibly emotional, and wiping tears from her face at times. Now, according to the DA's office, we can tell you that she pled guilty to child endangerment resulting in great bodily injury, involuntary manslaughter, helping cover up the crime after Emmanuel's death, and we watched a lot of that play out. Smith said prosecutors believe Emmanuel died as a result of prolonged and persistent head trauma, and he said multiple doctors actually at Loma Linda University reviewed photographic and digital evidence of Emmanuel throughout his life, and they concluded that abusive head trauma and was the most likely cause of death. Now, I want you to listen to what the Riverside County DA's office said just after that plea agreement. Take a look.
Rebecca Haro is going to prison because she failed as a mother. She may not have put her hands on Emmanuel, but she knew that Jake was, and she had a responsibility to intervene, and she chose repeatedly not to. The law holds parents, all of them, responsible. She failed, and she deserves to be where she is today. There's nothing satisfying about this case. I think the best we could hope for is to bring Emmanuel home, give him some peace, and we're not accomplishing that today. And we're not bringing Emmanuel back. This is the best the law allows in this situation.
There's a tremendous amount of evidence in this case, and I want you to understand that these plea deals are not because of lack of evidence in this case.
Now, despite today's sentencing, the DA's office stresses that this case is far from resolved. Emmanuel's remains have not been recovered, and there are still so many questions in this case. And for prosecutors, the goal remains the same, to bring him home. For now, that's the latest here in Riverside. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
All right. I can't look. Okay. Here's the deal. I understand what the DA is saying. Okay. They have enough evidence. They could have taken her to trial. Trials are expensive. They cost the taxpayers money. If she's willing to plead, then that most cases are pled out. Trials are not like that common, really. Most of them in this way. Hold on a minute. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cough in y'all's ear. I don't like that. But I understand it. I get it. But at the same time, because she pled down. She was initially charged with second-degree murder. Okay. So if she negotiated, this is not a plea. This is a plea deal. There's a difference. Okay. A plea is when you're charged, like Stephen Stearns. Stephen Stearns was charged with first-degree murder. And he pled no contest to first-degree murder, okay? She was charged with second-degree murder, and she pled guilty to, hold on, let me just see what it was. She pled guilty to involuntary manslaughter, child endangerment, and being an accessory after the fact. Now I have the hiccups. So first I'm coughing in your ear. Now I'm hiccuping in your ear. I'm sorry, you guys. Let's see. Rebecca's preliminary hearing was supposed to determine whether she would stand trial on a felony count of murder and for filing a false police report. I mean, I don't understand how we get here and we don't know where the baby's body is. I just don't understand that. I don't understand how you let somebody plead down and you don't get, I know they can't make them, I know that I know they can't. I know. Like there's a rational part of my brain that exists, but it's just frustrating when it comes to two children for me. And I think for everybody, I'm not alone in this. I don't understand why there cannot be some type of legislation that requires her to disclose where Emmanuel's body is. And here's why. Because she pled guilty to an accessory after the fact, which means you helped after the fact. Where is that baby? Where's your son? Where is he? And just for, even if they didn't require it, why don't you tell them anyways? That's your kid. What the fuck is wrong with you? You didn't protect him his whole life. And now he is discarded somewhere. You couldn't just, I don't know, pull up your bra straps, ho, and tell them where to find your child so that he can be laid to rest? What is wrong with her? I don't know why I'm surprised. I don't even, because if you're going to stand by and let your child get abused, obviously your child is not a priority. Obviously something is very fucked off in you. Okay, I get that. But I mean, we got to do better for our kids, man. We got to do better for our kids. This is ridiculous. She should tell authorities where to find that baby. He deserves to be laid to rest. This is disgusting. I cannot even believe this. And she's pled. Now, how are they, they say the investigation, this isn't over for them. They still want to bring him home. How do they intend to do that? I'm sure Kimberly said they probably aren't telling his location because then his remains would most likely reveal the level of abuse and torture that poor innocent baby went through, probably. That's probably why. But they've pled guilty. They've taken a plea deal. It's signed, sealed. That's it. That's all. She's been sentenced. The judge agreed to it. It's over with. They can't go back and add charges. They can't go back and be like, oh, well, shit. Now we have the baby's body and look what you did. You know what I mean? They can't do, that's not going to happen. So I just think it's so disgusting. I'm so sick of, it's making me lose faith. All right, you guys. Before I go completely off and act a straight fool, let me just stop myself right here, get a hold of myself, let you guys go. And for today, I will see you guys this weekend. We have much to discuss. Remember, we're going to talk about the Floridas. That is Sarah Boone. She has filed a quote unquote, can't even believe this, clarification, okay, to her appeal. Then we got Donna Adelson and what's going on with sealed, unsealed documents. Okay, I'm going to get into all of that. I'm going to explain it all. I'm going to go through it, let you know all of the things. Okay. And then we have Austin Drummond's hearing where he has decided he wants to represent himself. And then we also have the sentencing of Suzanne Miracle, which will frustrate you too. Exactly, Kimberly. This shouldn't have happened in the first place. That man had no business being around children. He should have been incarcerated after what happened to the child before Emmanuel. Yes, he should have been. He had no business being around children at all. So, just breaks my heart. I don't understand it. All right, you guys, I'm going to let you go for today. Have a great rest of your Friday. I might, in order to get it all in, I know that Amber ATS News goes live on Friday. So what I might do is try to get a live in because Boone and Adelson shouldn't take me too long. I think I can get the information to you guys in a complete and yet succinct manner in time so that I don't stream over ATS News. And then Saturday and Sunday we'll talk about Austin Drummond and we'll talk about Suzanne Miracle. Sound like a plan? All right. See you guys later on this evening. Amber usually goes around 8 my time, so I'm going to go like 6 Central, 7 Eastern. I think I can get it all done. I'll talk quick and not buffer. All right. You guys have a great rest of your afternoon, and I will talk to y'all later.